Kalibongwe. Roar, young lions, roar. Roar, young lions, roar. Askipeni amakhaza siyazi ukuthi siyagodola ngithi. Skipeni amakhaza sibe mnandi sijabulo ukuthi uHonorable Minister wethu usivakashele namhlanje ngithi. Sebakhulumile ukuthi ngu-MMC we-Community Development Services. I-Community Development Services ngiyo edila ngama-special programs. Ama-programs wabomama, ama-programs of children, programs of people with disability, programs of youth. Akhona ngapha ku-Community Development Services. Umsebenzi wami omncane ukuthi ngiyazise ingivakashi zethu zanamhlanje. Lana sivakatshelo u-Executive Mayor wala ekhaya ubaba uMhlonitshwa Masilela, who's the Executive Mayor wase Steve Tshwete. Siyamazi sonke angithi. Ngaphakamisa isandla bambona. Sino acting Executive Mayor who's also the MMC we Community Development Services Victor Kanye Local Municipality, umama Councillor Dorcas Yeko. Sino Honorable Speaker of Steve Tshwete Local Municipality, ubaba Umphe. Sino Honorable MMC of LED Nkangala District Municipality, Honorable Councillor Ulindiwe Mahlangu. Sino mama MMC we Finance Nkangala District Local Municipality, umama Eva Makhabane. Sino Honorable Council Whip usosbepe wethu Nkangala District Municipality, ubaba uKabelo Bushomane. Umama wethu omuhle oslidayo namhlanje, Honorable Executive Mayor of Nkangala District Municipality, omuhle khulu, a very progressive woman in Nkangala, umamuli yamabuza simshayeleni izandla. Ngibuye futhi ngiyazise umam uTinyiko Khosa obuya ku General Equality, who's the director. Ukhona la? Alala? We're in charge as women. Sinofuthi ubaba Soli Muhaule, who's the manager with Enterprise Development in Mpumalanga Economic Development and Tourism. Ubaba Muhaule ngimbonile earlier uphi. Wahlala kude so ubaba Muhaule kwenze njani? Buya izala ngaphambili, izala baba Muhaule. Mabakubiza bakuthola ukuthi uhleli la ngaphambili. Sino baba Luthando Maboza, who's the Chief Engineer, Municipal Infrastructure Support Agency. Asimshayeleni izandla. Sino baba Tabudi Madisha, who's the Provincial Marketing and Stakeholder Relations Specialist. Ubuya kwasida baba Madisha. Na uhlele emuva buyani phela, buyani izani ngapha. Buyani izani ngapha. Sino ubaba Mamafa Motale, Nkumele Murita Trading and Projects. Ubaba Mutale ukhona akakafiki. Sino umama uJuliet Mahlangu, ubuya from Pangela Industrial Holdings. Alala mama alala. Siyabonga sino DDG wethu, who's also the program director wanamhlanje, umama uShoki Chabalala simshayeleni izandla. Ngiyabonga, and all of you umphakathi wala Nkangala District nani san introducer as our guests zanamhlanje. Sithokoza. Thank you very much, program facilitator.
Asithokozeni kuma sinechudu namhlanje sivakatshela ngabantu abakhulu, asithokozeni, asibetheni izandla sibone ukuthi sikhona na. Asizibetheni kakhulu. Hawu, kuyazwakala manje ukuthi sikhona. Uma sesicula sigida, angitsho masijabulile siyaqula. Noma sitshonelwe siyaqula. Mase kuthi siqale iqulo, asiboniseni ukuthi sijabulile ukuthi Zikhona izinto ezizakwezihle ezizosenzela okuhle empilweni zethu. Sibonise ukuthi sijabulile ngitsho. Sithokoze. Sizoqela uCouncillor Leya Mabuza, i-Executive Mayor of Nkangala District Municipality, azosenzela i-welcome address. Aphinde futhi as-introducele no-minister wethu ozosenzela i-keynote address. Nginikela kuwe ma.
Malibongwe Kamala Makoskazi Malibongwe. Viva to the empowerment of our district. Viva. Sanbonani mphakathi waseNkangala sanbonani. Lochani. Goeiemôre. Good morning. Dumelang. Awaria leboga. Nako ye re tlo itšea re be re dumediše mo ministera wa rena mma wa rena ke ngwana wa mobu ka momereko ba mo fileng ona mme Maite Nkoana-Mashabane re a o dumediša ma ntho e ba engwaletšego mo e ngwaletše ka Sekgowa mara ki tlo ibala ke be ke interpreta gore batho ba ga borena ba kgone o kwa gore re tlile go tlo dirang today. Tshaba sethu esikhona namhlanje into lengizoyifunda la sizoyikhulumisa ukuze ikhona ukukhuluma nathi. Sila namhlanje ngoba simenyiwe nguministera njengoba tshilo umma ati iprogram le besibereka sonke siyinkangala district ne-office laka minister in the presidency uminister ophethelene nezindaba zabomma nabantu abakhubazekileyo nabantu abatsha. So namhlanje sinimemile ukuze sizokhulumisana la. Honorable Minister, as well as the honorable other ministers that were supposed to be here. This program, ladies and gentlemen, it's a program, a build-up, yombereko zokwenzeka next week. However, sifanele ukutsho sithi, the program ekhona today, ikhulumisana nalento le uPresident Manimuva lapha TV yakhuluma athi yi-DDM, District Development Model. So ke abo minister asayo babona nge-TV kuphela. They will also come to us ngoba lama project esikhuluma ukuthi muta achugulula impilo zethu. Ama project esiyowabereka sonke siyimasipala, siyiprovince, siyi-national. So ningamangala umama kala sisemberegweni sithunywe ngumongameli. Abo DDM champion bethu ke ngenkangala ngumma uMaite njengoba nimbona ngubaba uMajuba naye bekufanele ukuthi abela siyazi kumbereko omningi kakhulu waka government naye ubambeke kokunye so sathi namhlanje ithi sizohlangabezana la. Honorable Executive Mayor of Steve Tshwete, the honorable executive mayors that are present today, the members of the mayoral committees and other local municipalities and that of the district, the honorable speaker and all speakers of local municipalities, the council whip of Nkangala District, and all chief whips from the different local municipalities, as well as the chairperson of MPEC of Nkangala District, Maite Nkoana-Mashabane, and all other chairs of MPEC for the local municipalities, the honorable local councillors that are present here. I must greet the DG and the DDGs present today coming from the office of the ministry, and together with the municipal manager, Nkangala District, Megis Kosana, and all HODs in our midst, the media house and the officials of government, and all the three spheres of government, the business people that have been invited, the distinguished guests, and all other stakeholders that are present here. Ngibingelele namakhosi akhona kule ndawo. Indeed, Honorable Minister, Mother Teresa is one of the most celebrated Catholic nuns, spoke about wastage. Masikhuluma nge-wastage, sikhuluma ngale program director indicatile ukuthi sila sifuna ukubonisana ukuthi singenza njani ukuthi lezi zinzibe ezigcwele around our municipalities zingasiberegela njani ukwenza umehluko empilweni zethu. The wastage that we're having in our own municipalities, how can we make them to be usable in order to better our lives? As some of whom committed most of her life in helping the poor, she saw firsthand what it means to lack the needed resources. So she had to say about the wastage, I quote, "I only feel angry when I see waste, when I see people throwing away things we could use," close quote. Waste management is one of our country's most important concerns these days, given the fast pace of growing population and increasing waste. The environment risk factors has also increased. The indisposed waste causes a lot of harm of our environment and breed in various diseases. Idoti sisabalele nje eKangala. And abanye siyagula ngale doti. And esicabanga ukuthi vele kufanele kuhlale kudoti. Namhlanje sokukhulumisana ukuthi senza njani ukususa le doti ekhona la okungaba i-business opportunity wena ongashintsha impilo yayo ngayo namhlanje. Refuse what you do not need. What you do need, reuse it for you to consume it. Recycle what you cannot refuse. Reduce or reuse, and rot, compost the rest. Often our people see someone interacting with our dustbin. Siyababona musa abafana bethu bangenelela ama dustbin masibophe ngama plastic bayadabula. And in our mind we think that this person is a mental illness or is a mental patient. And only to find that these people are often assisting us in clearing the environment. Not a lot of people who are interacting with our dustbins, they are in extreme poverty. Bakhona vela bathlogayo lokho esikulahlayo thina esicabanga ukuthi sesisutha sakufuna. Bakhona abangakudingi mara bafuna ukukuberegisa because kuumbereko okungakwenzela imali. How often you have heard people when referring to relation and say, one man's trash is another man's treasure. Mangilahla iboxana lele or ngilahla isigubhu samanzi ngithi mina ngisasidingi. Omunye umuntu makasithatha simenzela imali. One man's trash is another man's treasure. Let us forget for a moment that a man are trash and think how much treasure can be found in a proper management waste. The act of managing waste is actually a very noble thing in an animal kingdom. There are animals that are associated with the task and they are very unpopular. Think of flies, cockroaches, mice and rats. We see them and wish they were not around because they are regarded as filthy. I want to bring to your attention for the second to some other animals that we do not necessarily associate with waste management, and you will be surprised. A creature that really knows how to reuse in the monarch butterfly before making their transformation to elegant butterflies. Monarch caterpillars eat their old home. The monarch lays its egg and the larva begins to grow inside the egg. When it is time in the egg to is finished, the larva chews its way to freedom and eats the rest of its egg home. The dark beetle even poop in the valuable resources. This insect live in a collect and a repurpose of your poop. Not only do dung beetles build, lay their egg in it.
Adult male dung beetles, and sometimes referred to as a rollers, since waste collection strategy is to roll excrement into a balls and offer into a female so that it can also easily roll away together. So that Honorable Minister, today we gathered here to change the perception of waste management. It is about dealing with garbage or trash and instill in us waste management about dealing with untapped treasure to improve lives of women, youth, persons with disabilities, and also to activate economic activities in our district. Society is unwitting, categorize these people as secondary citizens. Our duty is to turn that mentality around and show what treasures they possess. We are going to advocate for the following initiative: to encourage women and youth and persons with disabilities to unite and form structures such as waste management forums to enable their meaningful participation in this sector. Reviewing policies in the sector that are gender mainstreaming, encourage the private sector and government to empower women, youth, persons with disabilities, and training them and capacitating them in building and taking opportunity in the value chain of this sector. And the last one is to establish of women, youth, and disability in an enterprise cooperation and small, medium, and micro enterprise in a green sector. Program Director, as Nkangala District Municipality, we are embarking on an implementing program and projects that are informed on sector-orientated. These include national government, which is Township Rural Entrepreneurship Program, contractor support as well as development program, artisanal mining programs, to name the few. We also we are establishing a waste management program in collaborations with the Office of the Minister, Maite Nkoana-Mashabane, and all the programs and projects that are conducted in line of the district development model, which we are developing as a one plan. In conclusion, Honorable Minister, the model that you are bringing here today will only be effective if we strive to implement it in our everyday lives, and if we want to do something about global warming, then managing our waste will be the best solution on global warming. Economically, it can also alleviate poverty and create more job opportunities in the district at large. Here in the province, we have seen Mr. Sibusiso Shabangu turn plastic into fuel and mitigate the soaring fuel prices. This was a bulb moment, turning trash into treasure. One of the note, please be welcome to Nkangala District, the tourism economic hub, and let us also go out and reuse and reduce and recycle our waste. I thank you. Umme esizo ozokhuluma nathi namhlanje oyosinika a proper brief ukuthi uzeleni ngumama uMaite Nkoana, one of the NEC members as well as the minister in the presidency responsible for women, youth, and persons living with disability. Ummema Nkoana was appointed as the minister in the presidency on the 30th of May 2019. She is a seasonal leadership, both in the ruling party as well as in government, and is in a diplomat, and note that he is the servant of her people. She also holds a number of qualifications, including a degree of pedagogy in the University of Limpopo. She holds a master's degree in diplomatic studies from the University of Pretoria. Her love for education was further entrenched when she worked as a teacher in the Sekhukhune district in Limpopo province, here in our country. Her political activities date as far as the 1980s. She was an active member, and she remains an active member of the United Democratic Party then, and served on various structures as a mass democratic movement that include the movement of the African National Congress, the ruling party, under the underground structures. After an unbanning of the ANC in 1990, she serves the party in various structures, including the ANC Women's League, as currently she is still a member in the NEC and a treasurer of the ANC Women's League. She served as the chairperson of the ANC Women's League in Limpopo Province and as the member of the National Working Committee, NWC, of the organization from 1992 to 1995. She was a member of the National Executive Committee and the NWC and the ANC Women's League, as well as the Deputy Secretary of the ANC in the Limpopo Province from 2025 to 2008. Maite Nkoana-Mashabane was elected as a member of the NEC and in NWC in 2007, and she was also a provincial convener of the Progressive Women's Movement. That is when we met, Mama, around 2007, because we were part of the structures of the Progressive Women's Movement in the country. She was elected as Treasurer General of the ANC Women's League in 2014 and continued to serve in that office. Since the dawn of democracy, Minister Maite Nkoana-Mashabane has established an impressive and a credible record in public government and diplomacy. Between 1994 and 1995, Minister was a member of the Parliament in the National Assembly. She was subsequently deployed in diplomatic services as was appointed a High Commissioner in Malaysia, serving the Philippines and the Brunei from 1995 to 1999. She has also served as a High Commissioner in India, serving Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Maldives, Nepal from 1999 to 2005. In 2005, she was appointed a member of the Executive Council, which is the MEC for Limpopo Department of Local Government and Housing. During her term, the department won a National Government Housing Award for the Best Provincial Housing Department in South Africa for 2008. During her term, Minister Maite Nkoana-Mashabane was named a Newsmaker of the Year for 2008 by the Polokwane Chambers of Business. The department also won 7 other awards, including the department doing the most to accelerate service delivery. Her diplomatic training over the past two decades was demonstrated when she was appointed as the Minister of International Relations and Cooperative on the May 11, 2009. During her term, she served as the member of the 2010 Soccer World Cup Local Organizing Committee. As a minister in DERCO, she presided over the historic United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP17, in Durban as president. She was a key lobbyist for the South Africa's inclusion as a member of the Brazil, Russia, India, China, which is BRIC, on its formation in 2011. She was sworn in for a second term as a Minister of International Relations Cooperative on the 26th of May 2014. She was appointed as a Minister of Rural Development, Land Reform between 26 February 2018 to May 2019. She is currently serving in the Office of the Presidency as the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. That is Mema Nkoana. Ubani othi thina sideploy abantu abangekho qualified. Cela simshayele izandla niphakame asangene. Amen. Vast qualification and experience. Your podium is yours, Mama. You are welcome. Thank you very much. Cela simshayele.
Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Wangishaya u-executive mayor. Ngakhohlwa nama-specs. Thokozani. Kuyalidumedisha. Makhosikazi. Baswa. Bagolofadi ba rena. MIDDELBURG, it's my second home because my just departed brother-in-law turned Mhluzi into his home. So every time I come here, I feel like I am going back home. Nevertheless, let me greet, taking this opportunity, the two program directors, DDG from our department, Meshoki Shabalala, and Councillor Dipua Mashangu, MMC for Community Development, all the 6 mayors of the districts, all senior officials present here, not forgetting to prioritize the speaker, our speaker in the municipality. Time is not on our side. I am going to be as brief as I possibly can. I am not going to repeat the beautiful things that the mayor, executive mayor had said, but I want us to contextualize the importance of not looking down upon waste while we talk of climate change and climate justice. If we waste and dump, it means we are creating new problems for ourselves. South Africa is a very, very unique country. We throw away when a whole lot of our neighbors go to bed hungry, or when our own are not sure of what is it that will eat the day that follows. I am privileged to have been appointed to be one of the district, if not the district champion for this very important district, Nkangala District, because okudliwayo kula okwenzwayo kusebenziswayo kwakha iSouth Africa entsha kuzobuya khona la. When we entered that door, I saw beautiful artifacts. I actually thought they were imported. Kanti, it's products made of waste and made by people from this district. Not so long ago, realizing the importance of this, how do we contextualize? How do we put on parallel hands empowerment of women, making sure that our women indeed become part of the future that we're talking about, of the renewed, as we talk of renewal of our economy, that they do not remain spectators, that they remain part of it. On the other hand, looking at what is it that women can contribute from all walks of life to climate change and climate justice, and making sure that we are not passengers. and also making sure that the byproducts of these big projects that take place around us here also create wealth for the not so wealthy people who can also make a contribution. In 2021, none other than National Treasury, and the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, collaborating with the Department of Trade and Industry and Commission, supported by the UN Industrial Development Organization and Women of Germany, got together to see how we could work together, do a research on how to make products out of waste so that we can bring about what we call green industry that would help empower our women from all walks of life. Seeing the products outside the door makes me feel very happy to say this was not a dream. This is a reality. I'm also happy that our district mayor has given me umphago ukuthi lo mphago ngiyawunikeza Director General in the Office of the President on project proposals that this district would want to take forward. I also would want to say that we intend, as a department, to attend your meetings. We will ask for special days when, even if cabinet is sitting, we are given an opportunity to come and support you. Because if you like, this is the smallest district, but if you like, this can be the richest district. You are strategically located and you have the wherewithal. You don't have to look for something somewhere to come and make a product. Funeka fela ukuthi sisebenzise ezandla zethu. Sisebenzisane. Singathi simadoda hayi ngeke sisebenze abafazi. Singathi hayi we are women, we don't want men near us. Because besides gender-based violence and femicide, siyathandana. So, masithandaneni siyenze umsebenzi omuhle. Let's make sure that we create a better future for our youth. Let's make sure that the future generation also can raise their hands without shame and say, we are the future, because it would have started in this area of ours. These activities of creating jobs using waste, these initiatives will provide more jobs, will bring about more mainstreaming of gender in key constituencies in our area, will help us review policies in the sector and ensure that they respond to 3 constituencies which we are responsible for. The mayor had mentioned the number of areas that I had had an opportunity to work and live in. I feel ashamed to visit those countries today, because when I was living in those countries, they were so poor that I thought it was, I didn't deserve to be posted in those countries. Now I am so ashamed that while we were bragging about one Gautrain, India did not even have one. Now they have more than 15. Each and every big airport is connected by a speed train that goes to that particular airport or main airport. They leave nothing to waste. There's no traffic light that uses ESCOM. They use solar to connect electricity on the grid to make sure that there is no load shedding. And they progress, they grow. They use waste to do many other things that we buy. If you check even now, we are still under this grim pandemic called COVID. Half of these things that we protect ourselves with, if they don't come from India, they come from China. They are produced from waste. And who buys? Us. Sinayo imali? Asinayo. Yona le encane siphethe. Siyathenga, sithenga ukudla, sithenga ama-mask, siyathenga konke sithe siyathenga. Sithenga umroho, sithenga konke. Because asikwazi kusenzela amaboko ethu. So this is an opportunity for us that we should also stand counted. There will be, and there should never be, another day where we are only counted as those who beg, but that those who do things and rather sell or distribute. There cannot be Maria Theresa one and one only. There cannot be Nelson Mandela or Simbona kuyithombe ngathi akabuyila owethu, and he knows exactly about what we are talking about. These products we are referring to that we have even gone into a research on. Sizoyenza la ekhaya. Sizozithengisa, sizosebenzisa, sizokhulisa umnotho wethu because we can and because we have our hands and because we will skill our youth. We will educate our young people to use their own hands. You know, we are one of the countries in the world I know of where you will have Wits University far away from everything in Johannesburg, and then have a TVET somewhere in the middle of Mpumalanga. Bazoyenza ama-practicals, babuyele futhi bayenza theory kuphi eJohannesburg. In serious countries like Germany, which I've referred to earlier on, if they are to make a Mercedes-Benz, the university is exactly where Mercedes-Benz is. If it's Ambach, if it's TVET, and there is some product that has to come up, all those things are in one campus. So that when those kids leave the environment, they don't go looking for jobs. They go produce, like the small little teeny weeny bits I saw outside. Next time we come here, we would want to see more and more. And we would want to see that our children are given an opportunity to learn When we say bye-bye COVID, we should also be saying bye-bye gender-based violence and femicide, and we should be saying welcome to jobs to all women, youth, persons with disabilities, and all our men and women in our country. When floods beset us next time, they shouldn't find us wanting like they found us still relaxed in KwaZulu-Natal, when we have been told that this time around climate change and the signs are here, and we are going to have to live with the reality that is. We are running or rushing to KZN as we leave this place, because some men and women in that city still have not been buried. They still haven't found the deceased. And there is no time. One of the program directors said here, you know, as Africans, we don't have time to sing and time to cry and do all this. We have to do all at the same time. I pledge, Ngiti, as a champion, Yalendau, sifanele sibe number 1, kokwenza izinto ngezandla zethu, by not throwing things around, by recycling, but also using new material that we see all over the place to do things and sell to the world, and make sure that our children become experts in their own right. Ngiyabonga.
Ningithembisile asoze aphela amandla, asoze aphela amandla, asoze aphela amandla, leli lizwe elamakhosikazi, asoze aphela amandla, asoze aphele amandla. Masuka la siyaqhubeka ne-waste nalethi sibiza imfuhlumfuhlu, senza ibusiness ngako konke lokho. Phambi kokuba ngizonikela ku co-program director wami, usathe ukuthi pheceleli kancane, kodwa angihambisani lolu hlolo ngingedwa. Uma ngiceda ukubiza umama uTinyiko Maluleka, ngizosala senginikezela ku Counselor Lindiwe Mahlangu oku MMC we LED. I think it's local economic development. Kodwa ukuvala isikhala sokhona okusaphuthumayo asebenzana nako, I'm going to then invite umama uTinyiko Khoza ayeze azokhuluma nathi ngokwe generation equality. Ngakhohlwa futhi ukuthi kukhona engazange ngiba acknowledge abafanele basebenzisane nathi kakhulu kulomsebenzi, abe Provincial Department of Environmental Affairs. You have a critical role to play, and I do acknowledge your presence as well. Ngoba masiqeda la riyabereka kuphelile izingxoxo umsebenzi. Take over me.
Thank you, Program Director. A blessed and a progressive morning to all our dignitaries and all the fellow speakers or presenters, and to all our participants that are present here today, our imported guests. Abshane, I'm from Guyana, so hey, yeah, I really wish I could speak isiSwati, but I'll try. My role today, I'm Tinyiko Khosa. I'm from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. My role today is just to present to you Generation Equality. There is a campaign that was launched by the United Nations Entity for Gender Equality and Empowerment of Women, aka UN Women, under the theme Generation Equality Realizing Women's Right for an Equal Future. This campaign was launched in 2020 following the 25-year review of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. Those who were the Beijing Declaration generation, you will know that in 1995, there was a framework that was adopted by women, for women. And this framework, as member states, we are required to submit every 5 years reports on how we are implementing the priorities that the framework has prioritized. And in 2020, we were submitting our 5th report. And when in that process, it was discovered that from all the 12 priority areas or the critical areas, no country has achieved gender equality. And that's why today we have got what we call Generation Equality Campaign. Just to remind ourselves, the Beijing Declaration and Platform of Action prioritized 12 critical areas: women and poverty, women and education, women and education and training, women and health, women and violence, women and armed conflict, women and economy, women and decision making, women and human rights, women and media, women and environment, women and the girl child. At the CSW this year, the theme that was considered was women and environment. Hence, we have the priority theme, which is on climate change and disaster management. So, you have heard the MEC today, the executive mayor today. She outlined some of the interventions that has been identified by the province to implement in the province within the waste management sector. So that's where Generation Equality Campaign must come in. Because in all those initiatives, I was counting, I think there are more than 6, or there are about 6 or 7. In all those initiatives, we are proposing that we need, actually it's no longer a proposal, because Generation Equality was, it's a campaign that was adopted by the president, our president, meaning that it must now find expression in our policies, in how we do our work or conduct our business as government. So in all those areas, the initiatives that the province, as outlined by the executive mayor, we need to make sure that women are visible, because we will do another review and only to find that women are not seen anywhere. So we are now advocating that we need to adopt the generation equality approach, and it put at the center of its approach women adolescent youth, adolescent youth and persons with disabilities. So, the generation equality, as South Africa, we have, through the president, we are playing a very key role, and we are leading in one of the action coalition, which I will present today. The action coalitions that the generation equality wants to implement towards achieving gender equality are gender-based violence, economic justice and rights, which South Africa is leading, sexual and reproductive health and rights, feminist action for climate change, technology and innovation for gender equality, the feminist movement and leadership. So now I want to talk to what exactly this action coalition, or how this action coalition should operate, and what exactly do they seek to achieve. The action coalition, the 6 action coalition, they must catalyze collective action. They must spark global and local conversation amongst generations. I have mentioned that generation equality is a multi-stakeholder and intergenerational forum or campaign. We are saying we have the different generations in our society. We are all confronted with different struggles. And for us to move together, we need to join efforts, understand the struggle of the older generation and understand the struggle of the younger generation. Hence, you can see one of the action coalition talks about technology. We are living in a technological area. The current youth, that's their main struggle. Their challenges, what they need to achieve, are centered around technologies. So hence, we need to join forces and be together in the designing of programs, implementation of programs. And what I like about generation equality, it advocates for a grassroots level, meaning the bottom-up kind of an approach. It's something that's why we are here. We don't want to rely on information coming from people somewhere sitting in offices and designing programs. It must be programs that will change the lives of women in this district, because the challenges facing this district are different from challenges facing another district. So we cannot always use a blanket approach. We need to start confronting challenges based on the specific challenges that are facing that particular population in that particular district. On the implementation of this, we need to drive increased public and private sector, meaning that the private sector must also come to work together, join hands and force with government to work together in order to achieve generation equality. And we need to deliver concrete, game-changing results across generations of girls and women. As women, we always say we are done talking, we want to see action. So this is what generation equality is bringing. We want to see tangible results. When we talk, and what I like about waste management, it's practical. Waste is something very visible. When we talk waste, we see it. We want to see something done about that. Physical, it's practical. So the approach in how we deal with that, we are advocating that let's use the generation equality approach, because everyone in the society will have a role to play. And also to make sure that we diffuse gradually this thing of male-dominated sector, male dominating the sector. We want women to be actors, to be key role players, not just to be workers employed. They must own businesses. They must own businesses. So what we are saying now is that for South Africa, we have prioritized, we are leading the Action Coalition on economic justice and rights. This is about economy. This is about pockets. We want to see money exchanging hands between men and women. And the interventions that the MEC outlined, it must start there. We must see it happening live. We will share the presentations with the province or the coordinators of this, so they will see how they distribute. But I see there's an attendance register circulating, so I think they might be able to share the register. So in South Africa, I'll just quickly go through the actions that the action coalitions that the president has committed at the global level for South Africa to implement over and above us leading one of the action coalition, meaning that we must lead by example. We must practically implement that action coalition so that when we report tangible results. So as South Africa, we have made the following 12 commitments under action on economic justice and rights. You might have heard the president pronouncing on 40%. As National Department, we take that as a policy statement that needs to be implemented. So it is our municipalities, our provincial offices must make sure that women, 40% of the procurement goes to women in clear terms, plain language. So, and we have also Women, Peace and Security. Currently, there's a program that is run by the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, which I think women from the district must go through that training to play a role on women, peace and security. Under that, there are actions that we have prioritized. Also, we have also prioritized the action coalition under Charlotte Maxeke initiative, which is also part of what I've just said concerning women, peace and security. We also have a joint commitment with the world on ILO Convention 109. This is a convention that wants to eliminate gender-based violence in the workplace, in particular, the harassment that women are experiencing. Women experience harassment in both private and public spaces. So this is the convention that South Africa has committed to ratify, meaning that as soon as we have ratified, we must implement it at the national level. So without wasting more time, I know I just browsed through the presentation, but what I would like to indicate is that the generation equality is, it gives us an approach on what is it that we need to do for us to fast track gender equality. We have got the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goal, which it's expiring in 2030. So by 2030, when South Africa report, we must be able to give a good picture about South Africa and how we are really empowering women. for us to achieve this generation equality. It must not become a talk show or just a rhetoric that we speak all the time, but we need to see tangible results. So we will be back to make sure that whatever that is we do, women are prioritized. Youth is prioritized, and we see leadership, we see women and youth, persons with disability, leading in various projects, in various programs, and being empowered to be economically active in our society. Thank you very much.
Bengicela nimshayele izandla futhi. Sithanda ukubonga kakhulu kumama uTinyiko, and okwamanje ngizoba uprogram director wenu. Igama lami once again nguLindiwe Mahlangu, ngisebenza la eNkangala District Municipality. Ngithanda ukubulisa uHonorable Executive Mayor wethu, umama osiphethe la eNkangala, umama uLeya Mabuza. Uspika wethu ahambile manje mebuya our council chief whip uspika begu wase Steve Tshwete, uchief whip wethu wase Nkangala District Municipality Honorable Councillor Kabelo Jonasi, no MMC wethu we Social Services umama uDipuo Mahlangu. Ngibulise futhi ama presenter wethu akhona lana emphakathini. Siyazithoba kakhulu, siyazi ukuthi nize lana, nizele ukuthi fanele maniphuma kule holo niphume ningafani ngalendlela eningene ngayo. And before ngizoqhubeka ngiprogram director ngiminda isikhathi kakhulu, ngicela ukubona iDr JS mangabi khona. Dr JS eitha Makhazeni eitha Malahleni eitha Thembisile eitha Steve Tshwete eitha. Siyabonga kakhulu. Eitha Victor Khanye eitha. Anyway, thank you very much. I think we value your presence here. And fanele enye into fanele siyenze masiqhubekela phambili ukuthi masiye emhlanganweni ofana nalo siphathe incwajana neballpen ukuze okunye sikubhale masifike ekhaya. Lento uyenze uhlele ekamerweni mama, lento uyenze upheka, uyenze ungakafikanga kiyo, uyipractice uvuke ekseni uyifune, uzobona konke lokho okukhulunywa umama uTinyiko kuzoyenzeka. I-waste yithi esidila ngayo abomama kakhulu. I can say this, thina abomama sibaningi kunabo baba, but in the most yithi abomama esingasebenzi. Ene lokho fanele singabomama. I-youth ekhona la is because of us women. Persons with disability is us women. Uyabona ukuthi sila because of umama. So singumama, why is khona ukuyenza ezinye izinto ezi-impossible? But lezi ezifuna ingqondo, ziphinde futhi zifune nezandla zethu kube difficult. Asenzeni kwenzeke bomama, is our time. Size la ukuzochange impilo zenu. So asikuthatheni lokho ebakukhulumayo sibese siyakulandelela. Ngaphandle kokuthi ngimosha isikhathi ngoba umsebenzi wami uprogram director, ngicela ukuthi ubaba uSoli Mhawule, imanager enterprise development eMpumalanga economic and tourism, eze ngaphambili azosinikeza ipresentation yakhe. And besicela ukuthi ipresentation we are giving you only 15 minutes, and si summarize sikhiphe lama key points efanele umphakathi uwezwe, so that when they go back very well, bazi ukuthi fanele bayenzeni. And masizokulandelela loku. And after this presentation, Nkangala District Municipality, eholo executive mayor, umama Uleya Mabuza, ikhona i-LED, likhona ne-office laka executive mayor. Nenze ilandrelela mangaba nihelebheki sikhona ukubona ukuthi sihelebheka kanjani. Ngicela nimshayele izandla asafika ngaphambili.
Thanks, Program Director. Honorable Minister in absentia, Maite Nkoana-Mashabane, Executive Mayor of Nkangala District. Wow, how do you plug it? If maybe there is someone can assist in plugging it, but as a summary, I can present. I was still greeting the Executive Mayor of Nkangala District, the Executive Mayor for Steve Tshwete, Acting Executive Mayor for Victor Kanye, speakers who are here, MMC for Social Development, MMC for LED, all mayoral committee MMC who are here, beneficiaries who are here, all protocol observed. My name is Solim Hawile from the Department of Economic Development and Tourism in Mpumalanga. Let me first apologize by saying that it was supposed to be a lady or a youth who was supposed to be here standing and presenting. But unfortunately, Executive Mayor will agree with me and the Program Director that all departments in Mpumalanga Province are in Pixley Ekaseme, in Gert Sibande District for a TLP, which we normally call it, taking legislature to the people. So the person who is supposed to be here is busy with TLPs, and the Premier is wrapping up as I speak now. DDET, or Department of Economic Development and Tourism, its department lay in a mandate by a province to make sure that there is decent work and jobs are being created in the province. We got a strategy in the province called Green Economy Strategy. Green economy is one of our output indicator which we must achieve. So what I'm going to present here, it comes from the Green Economy Strategy, which was drafted or concluded in 2017. There is a program called Mpumalanga Industrial Symbolism Program. The Department of Economic Development and Tourism, in collaboration with National Cleaner Production Center of South Africa, coordinates the Mpumalanga Industrial Symbolism Program since 2018. The program will build networks of businesses aimed at identifying profitable links or synergies between businesses so that underutilized and undervalued resources from our businesses, like waste, are recovered and reused elsewhere by another businesses. By implementing this pilot project in our provinces, the province will be able to assess how it can manage the challenges of waste management and exploit the benefit from the available waste resources. This NCPC, which have got an agreement with our department, has completed a signage where the recyclable waste collected no longer goes to landfills, but it is now sent to our buybackers centers. This organization also assists us to conduct trainings to municipalities to be able to identify waste opportunities. They also conduct training to waste reclaimers within districts. They also identify enterprise opportunities for SMMEs. As I've indicated, the department have got a number of units. I'm from a unit called Enterprise Development, which makes sure that you people register your businesses in our offices, formalize your businesses, register as cooperative so as to access available opportunities within government institutions. We also assist product testing through SABC approvals. Then let me go straight to waste sector in Mpumalanga. The waste sector in Mpumalanga province provides an opportunity to recover the valuable materials that can be potentially returned into a local manufacturing economy. Also create jobs in an emerging secondary resources economy involving waste management. Also create job opportunities for low-skilled and unemployed citizens in the province. Through low barriers to entry into waste management businesses, it is possible to establish new local enterprises, including cooperative and SMME, so that to stimulate the local green economy through sustainable waste management. The support we have for this current financial year is to identify 6 youth and women-owned waste buybackers centers in the province. We have to consult with stakeholders. We review the identified 6 waste buybackers, SMMEs. We conduct analysis. We facilitate links with DFIs. As you remember, as government, we don't fund. We only make sure that we have policies for our agencies to implement. I've seen one of our officials from MEGA. They are the ones who are implementing projects on our behalf. Also, in Q2, around September, after facilitating the links with DFIs, we are going to link the waste buybackers, SMMEs, and cooperatives to environmental education because, like Executive Mayor have indicated, that environmental affairs is very much important in this case. We don't identify these waste management pickers without involving the Department of Environmental Affairs. After identifying them, we facilitate business skills training. After training, we check different kinds of waste pickers, the different kinds of needs which they need. For example, in our previous financial year, we assisted 12 buybackers, waste management, SME and cooperatives within the province, of which 4 of them are from Nkangala. And let me indicate that some of them have not yet received the PPEs, Executive Mayor, because we have done it in the last quarter of the financial year, and they will receive their PPEs. If they are here, immediately when we finish here, those who have not yet received their PPEs and equipment to be protected when they are busy with this, the collection of waste management, they must see me. This was the achievement which I have indicated for 2021-2022 that we have supported 12 of them for commercialization, and also we engaged municipalities to also avail the land for waste which is near the dams. Let me repeat it again. We facilitate engagement with municipalities to avail land which is near waste dump site. We give financial support for the buybacker center to acquire processing machinery. We also liaise with waste converters to provide transportation of the waste to final destination. The 6 identified is not for the whole province or it's not for all stakeholders, it's for the department. After identifying 6, it might happen Nkangala District or Steve Chwete have identified 12. So for the 6, for this financial year department, we have set aside a budget of 1 million to assist the identified 6, of which 2 will be from Nkangala, 2 will be from Gert Sibande, 2 will be from Entlazeni. Let me conclude by saying that for the registration of cooperative and SMME, we have got an office here in Nkangala District. It is based in Witbank, in Klimfontein. I've forgotten the name of the street, but my colleague have just sent me an indication here because I'm from the provincial office in Nelspruit. So the one for Witbank is Connor Rosemead and Ryan in Klipfontein. And the contact number is 013-692-5848. The one in Mpumalanga is in the government complex, building number 5. I don't have the contact for that. And thank you, Program Director.
Okay, siyabonga kakhulu ku Department of Economic Development and Tourism. Sibawani mbethela izandla futhi. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi simuzwile ukuthi singawathola amathuba wokuthi le waste singayiphendula kanjani bemsebenzi. Executive Mayor wethu uMama Uleya Mabuza uthi siyesibona abantu lapha edustbin badobha bahlukanisa sicabanga ukuthi bayahlanya ba insane. No, they understand. And ukuya edustbin uyofuna uncedo akusho ukuthi wena sewuhlupheke kangako. Kusho ukuthi uzama ukuvula amathuba omsebenzi ukuze nawe ukhona ukuphila abantwana bakhona ukuphila. And la phakathi kwethu I understand sibaningi with different skills. But kunobhuti ekewafika ema-ofisini wethu uThepha uhlala la eOrerent. Ngicela phakame ngokusheshsha. Ucollector i-waste. uThepha uyoung une-degree mara umsebenzi wakhe ngoba imisebenzi ayikho. Ucollector i-waste eMiddelburg Primary la ezikolweni. And maka i-collectile uyoyilahla. Uyabona ukuthi uyacollector uyalahla aka create job uzenzela yena ukuthi akhona ukuphila. So besicela baba uThepha ukuthi ubone ubaba uSoli ukuthi banganceda kanjani nabanye abakhona enesizonivulela ukuthi la ningakezwanga kahle khona nibe seniyabuza like sichazile ukuthi ngalendlela ningene ngayo lana asifuni niphinde niphume ningayo sizonivulela nibe seniyabuza sila ukuthi sizoninceda ngokuchubekela phambili besithanda ukuthi sicele ubaba uLuthando Maboza Chief Engineer Municipal Infrastructure Support and Agency besicela ukuthi eze ngaphambili uye ozosinikeza i-presentation manje and asizami ukulimita ama-presenter wethu kodwa besicela ukuthi bahlale within the 15 minutes. Umama ozayo bengicela simshayele izandla aseza ngaphambili. Siyabonga mphakathi. Over to you, sis.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I'm sure you can all see that I am not Mr. Luthando Maboza. Mr. Maboza is my boss there, and he has requested me to do the presentation on his behalf. Let me take this opportunity to greet our dignitaries, the Honorable Minister in absentia, Honorable Executive Mayors present here, all councillors present, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pati Khomo, and I'm a DDG in the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent, which is an entity that has been mandated by the Department of Cooperative Governance to support municipalities with infrastructure development and service delivery. Now, the program that we are going to be presenting today is going to touch on how we can use innovation in the management of solid waste. So if we can go to the next slide, I'll just be very brief in giving the background to indicate that last year we wrote a business case to the Presidency as a result of a call that was made by organs of state to contribute towards the presidential employment stimulus that came about as a result of the devastation of COVID-19 on the economy, more specifically on the loss of jobs and the fact that we have a significant number of young people and women who were left jobless as a result of the impact of COVID-19. We were then afforded an opportunity to implement a program that we call the Innovative Solid Management Waste Program, and then subsequently allocated 284 million in the 2021-2022 financial year. And in the business case, we then indicated that we were going to create jobs, or job opportunities rather, to about 11,500 youth, women, and people with disabilities. Now, this program anchors on 3 components. The first one is the technical solution component, which considers the innovative measures to reduce, reuse, and recycle waste, boosting circular economy, considering methods of separation at source, composting and recycling within rural and semi-rural areas, including consideration of interfacing with existing recycling programs. The second component is the development component, which emphasizes the training of local participants on innovative solid waste management practices, as well as enterprise development. Because I think the example that has just been given by the program director of a young person who started collecting waste, there's quite a number of them who are called informal waste pickers. And one of the objectives of this program is to actually formalize them so that they can eventually become enterprises and SMMEs that can then work with organs of state, especially municipalities, in solid waste management. And then the third and last component is transformation, which talks about the integration of innovative solid waste management solutions implemented by municipalities with the current operational processes. I'm not going to dwell much on the problem statement, and I think we're all familiar with what is the current status in as far as waste management is concerned. The problem is on waste generation. The population and growth and rapid urbanization contributes largely to the increase in waste generation. Secondly, the problem of waste collection. There's acute backlogs in a lot of communities in as far as proper and formal collection of waste is concerned. There's littering and there's illegal dumping, which creates a serious environmental problem as well to us as communities. And the challenge that municipalities have in managing waste, ranging from lack of human resources, lack of financial resources, aging infrastructure, aging fleet, and so on. And then the problem of sorting and segregation. Not all municipalities have got sorting strategies, and this is one of the areas that we seek to address through this program. And then lastly, waste disposal. That most of the municipalities, unfortunately, do not have landfill sites that meet the requirements of the Department of Forestry and Environment. And as a result, we have this serious problem of waste being disposed irregularly. And this slide is just a summary of what we have done in this program since we started around December last year. And just to indicate the number of municipalities that we identified. So we've got 2 cohorts to this program. And in the first cohort, we've been involved in KZN and the Eastern Cape. And for the second cohort, we'll be including all other provinces. So all 9 provinces will benefit from this program. And I know the first question that will be asked is Nkangala going to benefit from this program? So currently, what we have implemented is to award contracts to a service provider for the Gert Sibande, is it Gert Sibande? Let me just check. Gert Sibande District, where the municipalities that will benefit are Chief Albert Lutuli, as well as Dr. Pikli Kaisa Kasemi. And I know the question will be, why is Nkangala not part of the list of priority municipalities? And let me hasten to say that we are working very closely with the Department of Forestry and Environment. And in their programs for the current financial year, they actually include all district municipalities in the 9 provinces. And Nkangala is one of those municipalities that will definitely benefit from this program. So the progress that we have made, so what we are just reflecting in the next slide is the value chain, and that talks to solid waste generation, sorting, harvesting, disposal, collection, as I've indicated in the previous slides. I won't dwell much into that. But I just want to highlight the progress and the achievement that we have registered since implementing this program. Now, in the Eastern Cape province, we've managed to create 3,033 jobs in 7 local municipalities by the end of March of this year. And we have also indicated, which is of interest, I think, to this event, the breakdown in terms of gender distribution as well as youth. So you can see on the pie chart on the far left, the blue, the light blue indicates the number of females that have benefited from this initiative. And you can see that the majority of the participants and the beneficiaries is women. And in KwaZulu-Natal, we have created 4,346 jobs and in 9 local municipalities. And if you can see the breakdown also, we've got more females than males. So we can just see that we are definitely achieving the objectives of this program. And 90% of these beneficiaries are young people. We don't have the exact numbers, but we can guarantee that when we do the recruitment for this program, the target is primarily women, it's youth, as well as people with disabilities. So the next few slides, I will not spend a lot of time on, but to just also illustrate, if you can go to the next slide, yes, to illustrate the type of work that is being done in these municipalities where we are currently active. You can see how waste is now being better managed, collected at source, where we provide 2 bags for waste management, so that we ensure that people also inculcate a culture of sorting waste before it's being disposed of. The next slide is also just indicating how we transport the waste from site after it has been sorted. And we have a door-to-door scheduled collection, which is also ward-based, and litter picking and sweeping in the streets, and most importantly, the issue of recycling. And the next slide is also just an illustration of how the waste is being transferred to the different disposal sites, and we can see the pictures there. And those that are active in this space will see that it's a very familiar site where the waste is being sorted into different bags and being transferred to the different landfill sites. And then this is how the illegal dumping management is being done, where we also have got ward-based peer educators, because I think one of the most important and critical issues on our proper management of waste is to raise awareness at the level of communities, because illegal dumping is done by us as the public, and it creates a serious problem for municipalities to manage it. But we can see that it's a before and after picture in one of the sites where we've been operating, where there's been illegal dumping, and we've managed through this program in partnership with the municipality to clean the area. I'm going to skip the slide. It just gives more detail in terms of the models that we have implemented. And just to indicate that the cost drivers for this project, you can see that 45% of the cost goes to stipends, because we'll recall that this is a presidential employment stimulus program. So we ensured that whatever contracting that we enter into with the service providers that assist us in managing this program do not pocket the money themselves, but the money goes into the pockets of the beneficiaries who we strive to skill and to provide temporary employment. And with this skill that we provide, because the question is also, but then what happens after the 3 months has passed? I will no longer be getting that 1,350 rand stipend, but we have left you with a skill. That is why we are encouraging the establishment of cooperatives. That's why we are establishing the establishment of SMMEs that will then work together with both government and the private sector in managing solid waste effectively. I think this is just a repetition and just giving more detail to the tangible benefits that in total we've managed to create 7,623 jobs. 32 local SMMEs have been provided with support and training for door-to-door waste collection, clearing of dumps, etc. And that 28 SMMEs have been supported in preventing generation of containers from consumables in the Eastern Cape province. I think I'll then jump to the next slide, just to indicate the intangible benefits. What we don't see with the naked eye is the gross reduction of backlogs in terms of refuse collection, thus enhanced service delivery. Communities have indicated that since the introduction of this program, especially in a municipality in the KZN, Musunduzi have said they're very pleased to see that the town is getting cleaner. But the concern is obviously what then happens when we exit the program. And this is why we are saying, as part of the sustainability program, we need to ensure that people are trained, we need to ensure that cooperatives are established, and then partnerships are forged with municipalities. Some of the lessons learned, and I will not spend a lot of time on this, we had some challenges when we started with this program. Obviously, it was we were just piloting it in the 25 municipalities that we identified, and there was some challenges related to the limited time for stakeholders to understand the benefits of the program. The payment system of local participants was also an issue, but as the program evolves, we are starting to improve the systems for payments of beneficiaries such that we don't find ourselves with beneficiaries knocking on the door of the executive mayor saying we haven't been paid. And lastly, on the opportunities for job creation and local SMMEs, the recruitment process through advertising on local papers attracted more than we expected. So this is a clear indication that people are desperate for jobs. People really want to get into the mainstream economy, particularly on solid waste management. Still on the lessons learned, appetite to transition from traditional approaches to innovation. People are still used to the same way of collecting waste, of disposing of waste. So it's going to take a bit of a mind shift to encourage, especially the public and communities, to sort their waste at source before it's being collected, that you separate your waste so that it makes it easier for those that do recycling. Just to show you visually, I think you can go to the next slide. Yes, thank you. This is just to indicate some of the events that we have held where we did an induction in Umsunduzi in January, and the cleanup campaigns. You see the before and after. You can see on the top 2 blocks pictures. This was when the program started. You could see that the streets were not clean, but when you look at the right-hand side picture, you can see how clean the street now looks. And then on recycling, you can see that the recycling was not structured, it was not orderly, but you can see now, after this intervention, how the waste is being properly packaged for recycling. In the Eastern Cape, also just to indicate, to show you the street cleaning and the clearing of illegal dumps. And on the top right picture, you can see the motor vehicle that we were using, called the Karaki, that goes into the streets and collects the sorted waste from communities. This is the 2-wheeler vehicle that has been used, and on the right is the selling of refillables by the SMMEs as a result of recycling. And thank you very much, Program Director. So this was just to indicate that there's huge opportunities for solid waste for youth and women, and we have to, as much as possible, incorporate innovation and embrace creative and new ways of doing things when we manage solid waste. Thank you very much.
Besicela nimtshayele izandla futhi. Siyabonga kakhulu for a presentation. I think siyafunda ukuthi ngokuqala ukuthi sikline ezitradini zethu ila umsebenzi uvela khona. But I think in future, through you, Executive Mayor, we'd like to request that maybe if we are going to the districts, at least most presentations must base on that district. And I will also love to request the department to give these community members, these small SMMEs, their contact details, where to find them when they need to start cleaning the streets, collecting waste. But let our key points when presenting base at Nkangala District Municipality. And we'll also request that you also prioritize the municipality within Nkangala and SMMEs within Nkangala for them to grow economically. Siyabonga. Okay, okwamanje bengicela ukuthi kulandele ubaba uTabuti Madisha, Provincial Marketing and Stakeholders Relations Specialist, Small Enterprise Development and Agency, ISIDA. Besicela ukuthi ubaba eze ngaphambili azosipresentela. Besicela business people, especially women, youth, and persons with disability, sibekezele nje kancane sesiya ngasekugcineni, understanding to say khona esifike very early la, and hence sicela ama presenters ukuthi we need to be on time. If we can just touch at the most on issues that affect Nkangala, that will assist us going forward. Thank you very much. Asimshayeleni izandla.
Thank you, Program Director, Executive Mayor, Councillors present, speakers, youth, women, and persons with disability, distinguished guests. My name is Tabudi Madisha. I hope I'm visible enough because you can see. Yeah, I'm too long for this podium. I'm from SIDA Mpumalanga. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible because we have too much information that we can share. Not only on the waste management part, but in terms of the small business in general. Without wasting any time, Program Director, maybe just to give you a brief background of who are we, SIDA. We're an agency of small business development. We were established in 2004 under the Small Business Act. I'm not going to touch on the national network, but on the provincial one, and then the Nkangala, just so that I can be relevant. We have 5 branches in the province. And in Nkangala, we have 1, which is based within Emalatleni Municipality. It is called Nkangala branch. It is unfortunate that that 1 branch, it has to service all 6 municipalities. But as SIDA Mpumalanga, we have procured a mobile van that is based in Nkangala to make sure that all municipalities, in as far as JS Moroka, Victor Kanye, they are all get the services. Our mandate as SIDA is to develop, support, and promote small businesses. One thing with us is we're not age restricted, unlike other agencies. Whether you are 18 or 57, you can come to us, we will assist you. We have key 4 programs at SIDA, which all of them, they have an element of the waste management part. The first one is the SIDA Enterprise Development. Second is incubation. Third is quality and standard. The last one is cooperative CPP program. I wanted to try to speak Swati, but I realized that I'm going to embarrass myself. So bear with me when I use most English, but I'll try to also use my language, which is Sotho. The first program, SIDA Enterprise Development, it has 4 key stages that we assist businesses with. Yamatoma is what we call SIDA Talk. The second one is SIDA Start. The third is SIDA Build, and the last is SIDA Growth. The first one is where we assist everyone generally. When you come to us, we talk to you. We want to hear what is it that you have. We want to know the business idea that you have. Maybe to mention, with SIDA, you don't have to come to us with a business is already established, it's running. You can just come with an idea. We'll assist you from an idea to a fully fledged business. And I know there is this notion, people will steal our ideas. It doesn't work like that with us, councillors. First thing, when you come to us, we make sure that we sign what we call confidentiality documents, so that whatever you discuss with one of our practitioners, it remains between you and the practitioner. And we also work with other agencies like CIPC, who deals with intellectual properties, who protect patents, they protect different ideas, different products. So worry not. You can come to us, we will assist you from as little as having just an idea. We have success stories that we can share with you. Some are from here in Nkangala. where we have facilitated someone with a business idea. Today they're employing as many as 10 people. So the first one, which is business talk, we first want to hear what is your business idea, and then we then research, check is it viable. We do what we call feasibility study to check if what you're talking about, is it really doable? Because sometimes somebody come with, they just thought of something last night. They come to us, company. When you ask them simple question, who's your market? They don't even know. So when you come to us, we'll ask you, we'll challenge you to see that indeed you know what you're talking about. And the reason we are doing that is we've realized that people, they just come to us, maybe because they don't know what to do. We give them time, we develop them to a certain level, then they give up. Because initially, they did not know what they want. So when you come to us, we'll talk. We'll do a feasibility study about your business. Then we'll go to the next stage, where we'll then start now. It's no longer talking now. We are now on the ground. Then we do what we call business counseling, business training, business planning. Here, we can even develop things like your business plan for you. We do market research for you. We provide marketing tools for you. We also assist with access to finance. I think, councillors, this is very important because people confuse CFA and SEDA. SEDA provides non-financial support. CFA provided the financial aspect of it. But for you to get to SEDA, because they are our sister agency, you must pass through us. And for obvious reasons, to check if you're ready. CFA cannot give you finance if you didn't even do a simple finance management training. How are you going to manage money if you didn't go through any trainings? That's where SEDA comes in. We capacitate you so that when you apply for finance, or when we apply for finance for you, you are capacitated. The third stage is build. On this one, that's when we now talk about getting access to market for you. We were here, Executive Mayor, last year, March, in Highfield Mall, with what we call pop-up markets, providing access to market to our SMMEs, those who are in different sectors, including waste management. So far, we have conducted 3 pop-up markets in the province. We are coming back in Nkangala before September to do another thing at Kwandebele. And with these kind of initiatives, 3 of them already, we have managed to generate almost 2 million in terms of sales and orders. And these programs you're talking about, they run for 3 days at most. So taking part in this kind of initiatives, they actually beneficial. The last one is what we called business growth. This one is now where we talk about systems. Because when you have to go and compete with big businesses, you need systems in place. You cannot just have your normal bookkeeping system. You need to have your SAGE. You need to have your systems that will help you to effectively manage your business. One of our key programs, it's called Cooperative CPP. This one is where we work with public-private partnership, making sure that small establishments that are in rural areas and townships get supported. We managed to get support of over 1 million in Gert Sibande in partnership with private sector that is going to be diverted to small businesses. And we are coming back here at Nkangala, working together with mine to make sure that we also raise funds that can be used to develop, support, and capacitate our small businesses. The other program that we have is incubations. We have one of the incubators based in MIDDELBURG called Mpumalanga Stillness Initiative. We are working with them together with Nkangala District Municipality because we have an MOU with them. Others are across the province, others in Nelspruit, Secunda. I'm not going to read all of them because we're now focusing on Nkangala. The last one is quality and standard. On this one, we assist small businesses to make sure that their product have been tested, they've been certified, they have product designs and packaging. We have one of the clients that we are currently working with at Nkomazi. I think you probably know of him, most of you. It's Solima Sangu, the guy who's producing petrol and diesel using plastic, which is waste. We are working with him. We are assisting him, to make sure that the petrol and diesel that he's producing is tested and is certified. So we are in all sectors, waste management included. So when you come to us, never limit yourself that when you deal with textile, any business idea that you have, come to us. Like I said, we're working with our funding partners, Abu Sifa, NYDA, MEGA, and NEF. We have assisted many clients around Nkangala with access to funding. We have assisted them with facilitation to make sure that everything goes seamless. Because we know that sometimes you go to NYDA branches, for example, 5 times without getting assistance because you're talking to wrong people. But with us, we assist with facilitation of that process to make sure that you get financed on time. Lastly, I hope I'm still on time. Lastly, we assist Ama township and rural enterprises. We have a program called TRAP that the executive mayor spoke of at the beginning, where we assist Abu Mama who are doing, fruit and veggies, those who are in beauty care, salons. We also assist those who are in automotive sectors, butcheries, clothing and textile. We assist, and with this scheme, one can apply as little as 1,000 to 1 million, but it depends on a scheme. Which scheme are you applying for? For more information, we have our mobile van outside. After this, you can come to us. We'll provide more detailed information on these programs so that you don't come to us and tell us that you want to apply for 1 million funding. And also maybe to provide clarity, the money that we're talking about, it's not 100% grant. When we say you can apply as far as 1 million, you cannot come to SIFA or SIDA, then say you want to apply for 1 million grant. Most of them is blended finance, whereby if, for example, you apply for a fund, they approve 50,000, the 25% will be grant, and the other 50% will be loan. That will then mean out of 50,000 rand that it has been approved, 25,000 rand will be a grant. Grant, it means we are giving it to you to make sure that you develop or you buy equipment for your business. And the last 25,000 rand, it will then be a loan. And this loan, it's not your normal loan that you'll get at the bank. We hear people saying banks are expensive in terms of paying interest. And as a state-owned agency, we have a sister agency which is called SIFA, who provide the same services such as a bank, but at a very, very low interest rate. So if you go to a bank, they say to you, they can loan you 25,000 rand and the interest rate is 15%. You come to SIFA, to SIDA, you find that from 15% you can pay as little as 8%. Look at the difference. If you know numbers, you'll see the difference. So, as a youth myself, in closing, I'll say, I've seen so many people, so many graduates saying there's no money, there's no employment. And we are saying, as SIDA, come to us, use us. Because now and then, we have to get service providers who will go out and look for people who need assistance. Because you don't come to us. Come to us, we have money that we got from government to assist you, free of charge. Come to us. Thank you.
Siyabonga, sicela nimshayele izandla futhi. Yeah, Honorable Executive Mayor, ngicela ukuthi ungivumele ngikhulume lokho engicela ukukusho manje. Honorable Executive Mayor umama uLeya Mabuza la eNkangala ku LED department kune office elikhona through Honorable Executive Mayor la iNkangala iassista khona ama small business sibiza financial and non-financial. And the financial and non-financial, before uzokhona ukuthi qualify, kubalulekile ukuthi fanele undlule lapha kusida ube ne business plan bakuncede ukuthi ufuna ukwenza ini. Ngoba nathi masikunceda siyinkangala asikuncedi mawufika uthi ucela ukuapply i-financial and non-financial support. Siphinde futhi sincede nama emerging farmers abalimi abasakhulayo. Nayo idinga ukuthi fanele uye kusida kuqala ayokunceda ngebusiness plan. And siyabonga i-presentation go to SIDA. And again through the office of the executive mayor ku department ye LED. Siyaphinde futhi sincede nje kakhulu to say in our Lihutla resolution we have resolved to say kuzoba nama LED road shows la Nkangala District Municipality izozakini. And besicela ukuthi all the stakeholders that are here presenting will be forwarding them our schedule. Sizoya Dr. J.S. Moroka siyinkangala, siye eThembisile, siye eMalahleni, siye eVictor Khanye, siye eMakhazeni, size naseSteve Tshwete. Together with these presenters enibabona la sizobacela ukuthi ningasayi kibo kakhulu but go to them. And nathi siyinkangala will be coming to the community so that i-session efana nale ibe khona and including other stakeholders that are not here. So ngaloko sizama ukuthi fanele nincedeke. Enkangala ngizobeka i-example. Kune car wash la eSteve Tshwete ebizwa iNunkisi. That car wash, it was built by Nkangala. She applied that woman. And mangabe sikhone ukuyenza iNunkisi siyinkangala. Singaphinde futhi Nkangala iphinde assiste some of you here. And ama office we LED nangabe nifuna ukwazi ngale non-financial and financial support and nama emerging farmers. Ahlala avuliwe from Monday 7:30 to 4:30. On Friday is 7:30 to 1:00. Ningeza kuma LED office nizofuna usizo ukuthi ningancedeka kanjani. And izoqala futhi next financial year, which is July, lwesizoqala ngaye la sinceda khona ama small business. Namukelekile ke noma sizozakini ngalama road show sizophinde sikhulume ngayo. And noma ngeke nincedeke nonke fanele labo abazoncedeka yila sizobona khona ukuthi at least Nkangala is doing something. But ke asicaleni kaSIDA sibe nama business plan. ukuze masininceda sibone ukuthi you can sustain your business. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. And then okwamanje sizocela uMisikhanyiso Sithole ikhaya lethemba izandla zothando and sizomnika 10 minutes. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi uprepareile asimshayeleni izandla aseza ngaphambili. Imbokodo wathinta abafazi wathinta imbokodo. Siyabonga kakhulu asimnikezeni ithuba umama sibone ukuthi sincede kanjani. Singamlandela uexecutive mayor until umama aqale. Siyabonga.
Imbokodo Malibongwe Isamala Postcard. Okay. Sibingelele ku program director, siphinde sibingelele ku MMC development naku mayor wethu siyabonga. Sibingelele nakubahlali bonke nabo bonke abamenyiwe siyabonga. Nakuzikhulu zonke ezikhona ngaphakathi sibingelele. Thina siyikhaya lethemba ku recycling esiyenzayo senza ukuthi siphekela laba abahlala estradeni siqale ngo2010 makube lahla amabhodlela nge World Cup thina besithole isikhala sokuthi sithole ukwenza umsebenzi we recycling. Sicosha amabhodlela wonke siwa recycler siphekela laba abahlala estradeni besithi umuntu eze namabhodlela ayi5 siwafake esakeni masiwafake esakeni sizowathengisa sikwazi ukuthenga ukudla esizobaphekela khona. Sahamba manje senza itulo ezenziwa ngalokho esikulahlayo masithenge isofa sithenge i-fridge sithenge i-microwave sithathe lokho kumhlophe sikulahle thina siyakuthatha senze itulo amasofa senze nje indlu igcwale ibenhle nizozithola silapha ngaphansi sikhona siyi1 singaphandle siphinde futhi sithathe siye emafemini sithole indwangu abazilahlayo sizithathe thina senze ingubo zabantwana abahluphekayo sizithumele kuma home siphinde sithathe futhi ilezo ngubo masithole indwangu ezikwazi ukwenza ama tracksuit senze ama tracksuit siwathumele kuma home enziwa ngabogogo abana 70 years abana 80 years benza lezi zinto. And kulaba abasha into engayisho kubo ukuthi akekho umuntu ozelwe enganasipho sakhe. Wonke umuntu uthi mayephuma kumama wakhe unesipho. Leso sipho mawungasebenzisi the devil will use it. Uzosebenzisa ukuthi nilwe nibulale amantombazana nenze yonke lento eniyenzayo because isipho akunike sona uNkulunkulu awusebenzisi. So uzosebenzisa entweni errong. Kanti siyakwazi ukuthi sihambe kuwo wonke umphakathi sikwazi ukubafundisa senza namabhegi amahle enziwa ngama-beads ongeke uyithole eshop. Abogogo bakwazi ukukhulisa abazukulu. Siphinde sisebenze ne-metrobus ukuthi isithathele labogogo ibase endaweni lapho abafuna ukuya khona bevakasha. Siphinde sisebenze ne-Sun City prison nama-prisons sisebenza nawo. Sithethe laba bantwana ngoba umntwana akenzanga lutho kuboshwe umama bese simthatha sibafundise sibase esikolweni. Sinabafana abayi2 abenza i-last year yabo e-university esibathethe bebancane sabafundisa. Some of abanye bakhona namanje basesesikolweni abanye this year abayi3 benza i-matric and they want to do i-journalism. So sicela ukuthi abantu abasha ngenani kulo ukudobha udoti akusikuthi usuhlupheke kakhulu. Even une PSG elokhuzeni engqondweni yakho uyakwazi ukwenza umsebenzi wenzele abanye umsebenzi wokuthi bakwazi ukusebenza. Mase wadopha lamabhodlela mabeza laba abahlala eStratton sibafundisa ukuthi angeke sihlale sikhona sibapha ukudla sizofa one day bona basale sifundisa ukuthi ukuthi lenhlanzi idwetshwa kanjani sibafundise futhi nomsebenzi wezandla lapha bakhona singeza kuwo wonke ama province sizobafundisa. Siyayibonga economic empowerment of women and youth and the persons with disability through e-waste management, because yonke le udoti wonke ongaphandle uyasebenza. Ibhodlela le coke leli ele plastic uyakwazi ukulikhatha wenze i-handbag enhle emangazayo. Yonke into esiyenzayo siyenza ngezinto esizixotsha ngaphandle. Siyabonga inkosi busisi.
Sicela nimshayeleni izandla nama-plates. Ikhaya lethemba izandla zothando. Angazi mangabuza umbuzo othi bangaki lapha phakathi kwethu abaye bathi nakacabanga ukuyenza ibhizinisi athi mina ngiyoyenza ama-track suit bese ngiyonikela. Very few. Bakhona but very few. Ikhaya lethemba nezandla zothando bayakwenza lokho. Executive Mayor was very impressed. Sebambizile umama kusho ukuthi kuyaqhubeka kuyaphambili. And if ikhaya lethemba can do it, why not me? Isida iti come with anything will assist you how to build, how to grow. Nkangala ithozani sizonika imali niqhubeke. Impumelelo yayo wonke umuntu isezandleni zakhe. Let's wake up young South Africans. Let's grow ourselves economically. And angeke vele sonke siyofuna umsebenzi kamasipala. Angeke sonke siyofuna umsebenzi emamine. Some of us, let's employ, let's create jobs. Siyabonga kakhulu. Asimshayeleni izandla kokugcina. Besicela ubaba uMamafa Motale Nkumele Moriti Trading and Projects. Nangabe ukhona agekho siyabonga makangekho elinye ilanga sizoba naye bese sindlule lapho sicele uMiss Juliet Mahlangu Mpangela Industrial Holdings Pty Ltd. Aseza ngaphambili waza sithando sami aseza ngaphambili siyabonga ukubona young women, our youth, old women like us taking life serious by making sure that we have came today to this progress, and after this program we are going to do something. Asimshayeleni izandla.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Mayor, as well as all the protocol observed. Igama lami nguJuliet Mahlangu, better known as Ubongi, from Middelburg. I grew up in the streets of Mhluzi, Mfunde Makhathini Primary School, and then I went to East Dean Combined School. I was a talented soccer player when I was growing up, so I used to play sports. So I furthered my education at the Vaal University of Technology, then later went to Tshwane University of Technology and Witbank to complete my National Diploma in Electrical Engineering. So I came back to Middelburg, got appointed as an intern right here at Samanco Chrome. In Middelburg, I worked there, done my internship, engineering training program. Then I got appointed there as a technician. There, when I was still working, I saw that there's a need for leadership, female leadership in the business world. And that's when I saw a gap in the waste management industry. And I decided that I'm going to bring a problem to the solution that I'm seeing. So there was also this entrepreneurial edge inside of me that needed to come out, that needed to be unleashed. That was the birth of Nkangala Industrial Holdings. It was founded in 2014, but started trading in 2018. What we do is we supply waste containment. 6 cube skip bins, the municipal size skip bins, we supply those, wheelie bins, refuse bags. We've also made some of the swing bins that you see around the Steve Tshwete local municipality. We've supplied that. We do waste removal, collection, transportation, and disposal. So we own the trucks that pick up those skip bins, as well as the tipper trucks that collect around. We also do waste recycling. So what I do, I own a buyback center. So we buy recyclables from the reclaimers, and then we process it, and then we sell it to manufacturing and processing companies. So we are affiliated with the Department of Environmental Affairs for transportation of general as well as hazardous waste. We also are part of the local municipality under the bylaws for transportation as well as a recycling facility. We are also registered with the Institute of Waste Management South Africa. We are located right here in Middelburg at number 588 Street, Middelburg Industrial. Our website is www.nkangalaindustrialholdings.co.za. We are also on all the socials as Nkangala Industrial Holdings. So I just want to briefly tell you about me. I've worked with the Steve Tshwete local municipality. I've also worked with the mines, Beehive, and currently I'm working with the construction sites as well as Exaro Coal, Basonani projects, and I'm also part of an entrepreneurial program from Raise Corp. And that program has taught me systems. So we have Sage accounting, Sage payroll. So we've also got management accounts and financials in place. So we are VAT registered. So our business is fundable at the moment. So we employ 10 people, and I'm the 10th employee. I do the sales and marketing in the company. I'm going to mention some of the company lows, the challenges that we faced. COVID-19 was one of the challenges that we faced, where we were unable to get recyclables from the reclaimers, and some of the construction sites stopped operating. And also, another challenge is truck breakdowns, as we have managed to buy our own trucks, but it's old equipment and we experience truck breakdowns. We've struggled to get employees in the industry of recycling. So funny, one may say we've got 35.3% unemployment in South Africa, but in the waste recycling, we struggle to get employees. Sometimes we get them, and then they think, this job is too dirty, or it's not who I am, and then it's not attractive. This job is not attractive to the youth, and they assume there's no money. But I'm going to change your mind about this. Another challenge we faced is cash flow, and also we used to hire resources. So we found a way to mitigate these lows or the challenges that we had. We managed to purchase our own trucks, and we also reinvested the money back into the business by buying more resources. We've got skip bins, we've got baling machine, we've got a scale, and we've got trucks to transport the recyclables. we knocked on more doors to get work so that we can increase revenue in our company. So we also negotiated better terms with the people that we work with to mitigate a problem here, cash flow. So also some of our highs is after or post-COVID-19, we managed to run a profitable business, securing a 3-year contract with Exaro. The assistance that I see most of us entrepreneurs lacking would be financial. But since I've been sitting down there listening to everyone, it seems I'm crying over something that's all over. It's available, and it's just for us to just go and grab it and get it. So now I'm going to speak to everyone around here, the women, the youth, and people with disability, how you can make money in the waste industries. So I encourage people to start where you are. So most of us, we say, no, I cannot start. Start with what you have. Get refuse bags, get to pick up the 2-liter bottles, put them in bags, start in the area that you live in. Let me tell you something. You get between 4 rands to 5 rands per kilograms if you're going to sell this to me. So if you're going to collect 100 kilograms of these bottles, you are going to get 400 to 500 rands just by collecting these PET bottles. So it is a profitable business. It is a business that people can use to make money, and it's possible. So just start with what you have, start where you are. And there is money in waste. So let us, there's actually a shortage of reclaimers, because you find a lot of waste being dumped at landfill and it's being buried. There are challenges even in our local landfill site, but if we gather people and we start reclaiming the waste and we start making money, and then we will save the environment. My contact numbers and my website is www.Nkangala Industrial Holdings. My contact number is 067 079 8501. Thank you very much.
Chief Whip, I'm so excited. You know, this thing is really an eye-opener. We are recycler. Utsepiso. We are collect. And they are all children of Nkangala in Sifchwete. You see? And what I like, Mpakatwagitu, she's a graduate. Lenkulumo yokuthi graduate cannot get job, government akafuni ukusinika umsebenzi, we are not employable. Nang is an electrical engineer. Obeka ngathathwa nayiphi company, but she resorted ukuthi aqale ibusiness yakhe recycling. That is a good story to tell. Here is another graduate. She will speak with you for 3 minutes. Nina noitu, uya collector, you are recycler. Na business yakho baba.
Good evening, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Utsepiso tau pamgenu namutla from Katisha Trading and Projects. I'm a formal trader, just to clarify the agencies, CEDA and the other agency here. I'm a formal trader. I have contracts with Eroren Primary and Batlagai in Toronkop. And I'm working on one with Future Achievers, which deals mainly with the Gubzamanzi, Namatini, and all that. I'm not a recycler. I just remove waste and dump it. So now, since I have someone who's recycling here, I'll work hand in hand with them. Thank you very much. And just to tell you my story, I started this business last year with the unrest. I did the residential here in Ward 12 and Ward 11. The demand was high. It was disgusting, smelling, dirty, so I had to come with a solution as an entrepreneur. So what I did is came up with this idea, started with nothing, literally nothing, with no parking, nothing. Had to hire a parking, charged residents 50 rand. No matter how much your load was, I just charged you 50 rand, and then I used that money to pay that parking and pour diesel in that parking. So from there, I escalated, never went back. Signed contract with office parks, signed contract with schools and everything. So, should anyone here need assistance in this waste management program, we are available. And should you need sort of training, we're also available. I heard that there's gonna be a waste management forum. So in that waste management forum, we're gonna facilitate trainings and all those kind of things. Thank you very much, residents. This is just a motivation.
Again, bashayeleni izandla. It's doable, ne? It's doable. And can I tell you the reason why they present to you? They present to you so that you can also do the same. And these young graduates, abana lokuthi mina ngifundile ngifuna umasipala ngiqashe. Uyi-manager ye-business yakhe. We understand. If all of us, we can take that route, abaqasheka go baqasheke, but masingafoli ku-stream esi-1 sibona ukuthi naso sinabantu abaningi. Let's try something. They are very young graduates, mara badobha ini idoti. Uthi uqale lapha e-Errorent ngama-riots wala i-Steve Tshwedi. Umasipala anga-collecti. Waqala wadobha lapho wayenza namuhla uhambile ibhizinisi yakhe is very big. So I think he is doable. Like when we started this, sithize angeke fanele masiphuma la siphume singasile ndlela esingene ngayo. Fanele siphume sichenchile. Very short. Uze ema-ofisini waseNkangala District Municipality ahamba ngezinyawo. Ungene ofisini ajulukile but yazibeka agcoke njani? Uthepang ishirt eli-white, afake itai, agcoke kahle. Azozmarketa is how we have known him. Simazi kanjalo. Angeke siyithole sihlele khoneni. Is impossible ukuyithola uhlele khoneni. IsiZulu sithi kubamba ezumayo. So asizumeni sonke ekugcineni will get what we're looking for. Ngithanda ukubonga kakhulu. I think ama-presentation wethu aphelele ngale yakaThepang. Ngicela ukuthi sibashayele izandla kokugcina. Sibonge kakhulu manje sizothatha izandla for clarity seeking questions. Sizocela izandla for clarity seeking. Siyacela ne lelanga ngelenu lenzelwe nina. But isicela ukuthi singaxoxi indaba. Iba straight. And ngoba sonika ma 3 minutes. Iba straight ukuthi wena ufuna. And mawuba straight nathi sikhona ukcapture ukuthi ulindiwe Mahlangu uthi ene na uphakama esocela ukuzisho igama lakho uzishe nesibongo sakho nokuthi wena ubuya kuphi. Igama isibongo nokuthi ubuya kuphi bese usichazela ukuthi ungancedeka kanjani o unga-inputha kanjani. Before ngizovulela izandla abacela inamba yaka Juliet Mahlangu. Ubongi Juliet Mahlangu ngicela siyibhaleni. Siyo benchmarker naye for us to grow our business is 067 067 079 079 8501 8501 sibambile sonke ngisho is 067 079 8501. Sibambila ngisho. Siyabonga. Sicela ukuthatha izandla ne. And okunye sizocela mangabe maybe somebody said something bewufuna ukuyikhuluma ukuthi uzichaze nje igama nesibongo bese usho ukuthi mina ngikhavare uspeaker number bani ngoba sizonikeza izinamba amagama wenu eson allocator ngazo number 1 no number 2 kwaphela sizocala ngapha sinawo ama roving mic. Okay, thank you. Sizocala ngapha ngicela izandla zangapha. Sicala la number 1. Number 2. And then I've got only 2 hands this side. Number 3. Singayenzi so. Ngicela siphakamiseni kakhulu ngingathi mangidlulile is then that you raise your hand. Please, asiphakamiseni foot number 1 and asiphakamise kakhulu ne number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. I've got only 4 hands this side, ne? Only 4. Kusho ukuthi mama sizovala ngawe ne? Kusho ukuthi besilalele sizwile fanele so implementa laba bangaphakamisanga and which is a good presentation. We've got only 5 hands, ne? Mama sizovala ngawo number 5 sizonbiza ngezinamba. Asibuyeni ngapha. Number 1, only 1 hand. Number 2, siyabonga. Siyabonga. Asibuyeni ngapha. Emuva khona phakamsini. Okay, 3, ne? Wow. Let's stand here. Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Number 4. Number 5. Number 5. Number 6. Number 6. White t-shirt. And then number 7, say man. We've got only 7 hands this side. We've got 3 this side. We've got 5 this side. Let's start quickly. Singaqala number 1 this side.
Sanibonani mphakathi okhulumayo uMakhosazana wakaHadebe ngihlala eGrili kodwa emaplazini engicelayo kuyisicelo okwami ngizocela
Okay ngiyabonga ne ngicela sonke besiphakamisa izandla size phambili siyenzene ama line singeza sonke ne I'm expecting 537 ungasondela sisi sondela sondela ngicela silandele ngalendlela besingayo. Can we follow each other the way we have raised and then nale 3 yangapha ayilandele nale 7 yangapha ayilandele. And then we are not going to talk thina ne makaqeda unika ulandelayo njalo 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 and then we'll come after you.
How are we going to cater for people with disabilities who cannot walk?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. And persons with disability, after that, will be coming back to you. Ne? They can sit down here. If you can't walk, just sit down. We'll come back to you. Persons with disability, they must not stand on the queue. Let's start number 1.
Sanibonani mphakathi bese ngibingelelile ngaphandle ukuchitha isikhathi okhulumayo nguMakhosazana waHadebe ngihlala eGrill emaplazini. So isicelo sami la sikusekutheni bese sacela ikakhulukazi sibonga ukuthola ulwazi namhlanje okuningi besingakwazi kodwa namhlanje sikutholile ulwazi bese sacela ubhudi lapha kwaSida engathi bangasenzela kuyisicelo ukuthi siyacela ukuthi bafinyelele kithi ngoba thina lapha esikhona izinto asizitholi kuhamba kancane asiza kanje kahle kahle akukho usizo oluphathekayo sithi sinabantwana abaningi bahleli intsha ihleli kumanje sesize siziqalele ukuthi siyahamba siye emgwaqeni siyavolunteer siyaklina emgwaqeni senzele ukuthi khanye siyadobha edolobheni kodwa manje nje akukho ophathekayo sikwenzayo sisacela ukuthi besisize masipala bafike kithi basicele sike sithole lama training engicela nje ama training kakhulukazi ngiyabonga umasipala emalahleni emaplazini emalayinini
sanibona lo jamela phambi kwenu is Walter Reconcile Sehlola the president of South African National Youth Unemployment Forum and the deputy secretary of the ANC Youth League under Thembisile Hani here by Verena. It's unfortunate that we don't have our Minister Mashabane because we believe that when you present to us, you must also sit so that we can ask you questions. So it's disappointing. Yeah, so what was presented or what was initiated here, it's very imperative to us as young people, disability and women. Okay, so I heard that the minister said to us that there are proposals that they took to the presidential office, so about the waste management and the resolutions that young people have discussed. So, but we never had that meeting and discussing. So we are curious and cautious about that proposal, that where did they get it? Because we never said as young people and the women and disability in Nkangala District. So another thing that we want or we wish that maybe the minister could micromanage is the issue of NYDA. I think I've seen they are whatsoever, they're outside. The NYDA, it's an agency that has to help young people in empowering their businesses. But the NYDA is failing to do that. Us as young people, we have attended, for example, me now, as a young person, I've attended NYDA 3 times. And I'm having the company that is also complying, but I was never funded. Yet, each and every year, there's a budget that is presented, that there are billions that are being reflected to NYDA to fund young people. So, we are thankful that today we have met with CEDA, since the NYDA is failing to take responsibility in helping young people. And NYDA, it's not, we don't see it as our problem solver as business people. So the minister can also please micromanage that, the issue of NYDA, because NYDA is really failing. Or maybe we might be having the Hungry Lions leadership that are presiding over the fundings that has to find young people. Another thing that we have to focus on and we have to bring on the table, we must not sugarcoat and discuss other things that are aside. There are issues of local economic development, like projects in the community that are in our community. Those projects, there are only specified people whom we are seeing. When there's a project, maybe for fiber or a project for a construction road, we only see one faces and we don't see young people in those projects. We don't see disability in those projects. So that thing needs to also be managed by the mayors or the ministers. So it's a task that we are giving to the minister and the mayor, because it's not like we can't see as young people. We can be radical to the leadership if they want us to be radical. And we can stop projects, but that's not what we want. We want leadership to recognize us whenever there's a development in the community, because also our businesses needs to be empowered. So thank you on that one. And another thing, we have presented our businesses, like I did land surveyor. My business deals with land surveyor. So I had the project that and the proposal that I've proposed to NYTA, even to the municipality, but they rejected. I can hear that we are talking about the waste and so forth, but we are forgetting the sewer, the blockage of sewer that is happening, more especially in our municipalities. I proposed my project to the municipality, Emalahleni, and I also went outside because my municipality was rejecting me. I even went to Ekurhuleni to present my plan about resolving the issue of sewer. That the issue of sewer is also a problem in our community. So I presented it, but it was rejected. They wanted me to present so that they can take my idea. And I was aware of that, and I couldn't give them. So I think my best way is to go to CEDA, as we have met them again. So another, lastly, I think it's now all sorted. I want to also ask to Mr. Soli Mhaule, the enterprise developer, about the top 6 that he has mentioned, and the procedure of how will those young people whom are going to present or to represent the province be elected, the procedure. Maybe we can also be part of young people, because our interest is to champion the interest of young people without fear or favor, and we are unapologetic on that statement. So another thing, Mr. Soli said that there's a program that they are doing in helping young people or the business people to register their own businesses. We are also doing that, but we don't have enough resources. Why can't Mr. Soli, as the enterprise developer, to maybe do the subs so that we can help the community? For example, in Kwaggafontein, it might happen that we have young people who want to register their businesses, but they don't have the resources to come to our Mr. Soli. So that one, Mr. Soli, please take it into consideration. If you can deploy in per municipality or per area, deploy people who are going to help young people into registering their enterprises. Thank you. And what I want to say is that in all these programs that were mentioned by the minister, because the minister is not here, and I had questions for the minister. So I'd like to say, nothing is for us without us. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu ne. Mara ngisabe nokumstoppa ngithe 3 minutes. Ngizwele igama elithi radical. Yabo? Ngasaba but ngicela sihlaleni ku 3 minutes. Ngiyanicela tu. Okay.
Sanibonani. Ojame phambi kwenu nguKatlego Fortunate Okatisani from Thembisilahani local municipality, Phumula eDofontein. My question is directed to Mr. Madisha from CEDA. As he indicated, he said there's only one office in Nkangala District, and he also indicated that there's only one mobile truck. So I wanted to know how is he going to be able to reach all the 6 municipalities that we have, and also the fact that do we have certain platforms, online platforms, where we can communicate with CEDA without them coming, without us going to them? Because of some of us, it's very far to come in this side. And also, if there is a platform, on those platforms, are we also going to get the courtesy of confidentiality, as we do have when we are talking face to face? Thank you.
Ninjani siyaphila ume lapha mkwenu umphomwela ubuya eMalahleni municipality. I would like to thank this program for today because as you can see most of the people who are here it's the youth. The minister is not here, but I would have liked to thank her for coming and seeing how the youth is hungry. Mina ngizocela ukuthi abomasipala bethu basinike a chance as youth basilalele because we are hungry. We also worked, we also have diplomas, but we want to give back to the community. But we cannot give back to the community if the municipality is not willing to listen to us. The youth is losing hope because they do not want to hear what we want to give them. All we asking, Mama, is there are people who are willing to help, but we have to go through the process of the municipality. And once we bring ideas there, it's going to take you a year, the next year, and I don't know, forever. What I would like today is this program not to stop, so that next time if it's something like this, so we can raise our hands and say, we did something, but we were never helped. That's all I'm asking. Still maspala alele lulusha, ulusha nama ideas, ulusha le hungry. Thank you.
Lochan. Yebo, igama lami nguTshepo Masilela. Ngibuya eThembisile Hani Local Municipality under Ward 31. Sithanda ukuthokoza kibo bonke abaholi abakhonile ukuthi bangeza ngaphambili beze basinike a mouthful program like this one. Ngiyakhombisa ukuthi bayasicabangela bayasicabanga labahleli khona. But what is most disappointing is when you see a minister will give a keynote address then leave. So we still have a lot of questions that are addressed to her office as young people, because of there are a lot of things as in within our local municipalities that zidinga office like from national maybe angas address alone. Because of ngiyaqabanga ukuthi nakuzela abahlala la ke bahlala babodwa bathatha ama resolutions. But I don't think ukuthi those resolutions abathathako, structures like NYDA, they were invited in those resolutions. You need to invite each and every Dick and Tom and Harry to take resolutions, especially people who advocate Latina as young people. You cannot take as ministers, Nino to Anhlali, and take a resolution and think that other people will implement your resolutions. No, it can't work like that. You cannot talk about us without us. That can't work. And then item number 2. Ngisibonile impika zonke bazile bakhulumile. Basivulile nengcondo la besingaboni khona. I for one, I'm busy with an NGO, NPO, Yabugogo, Iputanan Care Project for the aged. The project it's basically like it's a elderly daycare. We live in the rural areas whereby abazali abantu abadala abugogo nabomkhulu over 60 years bahlala babodwa ekhaya emini abantwana bayesikolweni. There are no people abaphekela during the day. During the day, and siyabona ukuthi ilutsha eliningi liphatha into ezibukhali zibhema into ezibukhali. So we are trying to build a more safer space for them. But now the problem is one: we are not getting enough assistance from the municipality. Lezi zinto nalama programs abawenzayo ngaphakathi laphana, they are busy with agriculture. Okwamanje we just sicela ukuthenga umtshini ukuthi abobaba nabo bakhona ukuthi bazilolonge ngokuforoma ezinye zezinto abogogo sebathunge. We are less resourced. And when you go to certain offices, we can't get isizo from lab. and siyathokoza ukuthi bazile abantu abafana abantu abakhonako kuneya ikhona na recycling whereby we collect amabhodlela wetshwala la siwabona balahla entradeni siyawa collecta siyawabeka, but now the process besingazi ukuthi singawayisaphi in order for recycling and everything, but okwamanje sesiyakwazi lokho. Siyathokoza kakhulu ama programs anjengalawo akakapheleli la ageze to the ground so that even the people abangekho la they can able ukuthi basihelebhe. Siyathokoza kakhulu.
Sanibonani nonke, siyabonga ukuthola leli thuba, sibonga abaphathi bethu ngezihlalo angazi ukuthi baphathi bethu, igama lami ngingulina Sibande, ngiqhamuka eWard 25 ngaphansi kweCouncilor lami uRonaldo Maseko eGrill Hanala. Ngizokhuluma nge-recycling. Siqale 2012 sa-register ngo-2014 sa-trainer eSida. Senze konke nayi ngiphethe i-document yethu. Senze konke kuze esingakakwezi. Sisurroundwe izimayini kuleya ndawo. Ngikhuluma ngezimayini mine ezingasenzeli next kuze okwenzakalayo kuleya ndawo yakithi. Since saqala siregistile singabogogo nezintombi nabafana nabobaba. Siyacela Nkosi yami ake ngisondele, nithi manisondela ningasibizi eWitbank, asinayo imali yokufika eWitbank. Sondelani kithi ngoba emanisibiza asinamali yokufika bese siyafeyila ngaleso sikhathi. Besicela kakhulu baphathi bethu manibuka iholo lingaka silambile. Izinto esizenzayo ke thina sesisebenza ngebhodlela, sisebenze ngamaplastic nawubona umsebenzi wethu. Sifundisiwe, sitrainiwe ukuthi iplastic lisebenza kanjani, ibhodlela lisothwa kanjani, izigubhu zisothwa kanjani. Sitrainiwe, sesigugile solo sihamba lendlela asikayekeli. Sicela nisondele baphathi. I-youth ngabe iyalandela ngapha ngakithi bathi anitholi lutho, kusizani sisebenzela mahala. Siyacela ke nisondele shem. Nawu umsebenzi niyawubona, maningafika konke kukhona esikwenzayo. Ngiphethe nesitifiketi futhi lana, isitifiketi se-Rise Up Women's singabogogo njengoba saqhazile umfana. Abogogo babo 60 years bahlele emakhaya kuze abakudlayo nalabantu abethu laba besithi bonyawupe. Sifuna ukubasiza, sifuna ukuwasha sifuna ukuba nelondri leya ndawo leya, siwashele lezimayini. Kunengi esingakwenza, sipheke silime izinkukhu kenisondele shem. Niletha leyo budget okuthiwa siyayithola lele ngafiki kithi. Singayitholi siyacela sondelani ngiyabonga.
Sanibonani mphakathi, lokhuluma yelana nguPaulina wakamkhale. Mina ngitsengina 10 years ngidoba amabhodlela netigubhu. Umntwana wami ngiyalo ngimfundisile, angifuni ukucamba amanga. Ngiyalo usekusile manje ngendzaba ye project. Lo munye be abema eNyawuza.
Mama ungayibeka la sizokhuluma ngayo, ungayibeka la uhlale phansi. Iyekele la bese uhlala phansi. Ngiyaxolisa ngiyaxolisa mama.
Lo munye be abema eNyawupe. Mina ekuzalwa ngizalwe eBush Patricia. Ngamthatha ngammikisa le eBush Patricia. Ngiyalo se uyakhona ukuthi avuke ekseni ahambe ayemsebenzini se uyiyekelile eNyawupe. Ngibonga kakhulu sekumbungisesi usinike my number phone yakho ngibonga nosesi enje ngiyabongelani baphathi uyabona lento leningenzele namuhla angeke ngilale namhla ngijabulile ngiyaziqhenya ngani mara nginele masaka ayi3 yetigubu 2 yamabhodlela ngifahlile ayi1.5 namuhla nje bengithi ngilahlekelwe ngaleli langa le-Friday ngoba ngelilanga lesifamba sesidoba ngoba singafika e6 basicosha bathi thina kosisibuyele 8.8 wethu lena ngoba thina singasadobhi lapha mara bengibekezela ngiyabonga kakhulu ngiyabonga
uhlala phi mama
8.8
kuphi emalahleni
with bank
Sanibonani eholweni okhulumayo umama Zibuko from Estifchwede siyabonga kakhulu namhlanje ukuza kwenu sisi asazi ukuthi niza njengabanye abantu abahlala beza abasithembisayo maqedane bahambe mina ngiyakwazi ngihlala nawe ngiyakwazi ngicale ibusiness ngipheka kwemva kweShoprite ngipheka ngebhokisi lamatamati ngasichubekela ngathengisa amatumbu nomkhori ngachubeka okay okunye nje kwaba kwetransport ngikubhala so ngenza i-tuck shop ngahluleka e-tuck shopini ngoba ngiyazi ukuthi kwenzakalani ngama-tuck shop wethu abantu abalanga so azange ngidele ukuthi i-tuck shop iwile ngaqhubeka kwamanje ngiseplazini ngifuye izingulube nazi mani ngazibona nazi angizithengisi nje angizihlabi nje before ngizihlaba kuze uGodfrey kuze udokotela bazicheke ukuthi ingulube zami zi-right na ngiyazisupplyya ngisupplyela i-mega meat mara umasipala wethu niyasifeyila sisi nasifeyila mntwanami nasifeyila ngibhlungu entathi ngifuna nokukhala the way kungakhona ngibhlungu bantwana bami ngibhlungu ngiyasebenza ngifuye lezinkukhu ngizifuyele ekamerweni kami endlini ngamtshela imeya yethu umhlonishwa ngoba ngihlala eduze kwakhe mhlonishwa ngicela uzobona ngifuyile and lento yenza la ngiyayithanda nginabantu abasebenzayo i-youth yami esebenzayo ningayibona nala encwadini yami ikhona zonke izinto engizenzako ngizifaka la bathi imi banginika indawo yakhona ngingenzi i-structure as-permanent ingulube ungayenzela i-structure somari nje uyibeke somari la ingulube iyagubha ingulube ifuna i-structure nithi senza amabhizinisi mara nisinikeza i-structure nithi senze i-permanent ibhizinisi enjani leyo udokotela uzoza izochecka le bhizinisi yami leyo mina ngenza ipapanyishani bhizinisi mangenza ibhizinisi ngenza ibhizinisi bazalwane nize nje nizokubona eplazini bangifeyila kamasipala khona manje ngincedwa i-agriculture abantu angifuna ukubaphoqa bangiphila iganda mina ngineganda sesi ngineplanter nginezinto eziyi5 engizithenge ngemali yami ezibiza imali ephezulu kamasipala basibize batizani nizo-apply ushoda ngani hey jabule ufe ubale izinto ubale uzasubone uma uthembe uzasubona ungathembi iBhayibheli that's why lithi ubusisiwe umuntu athatha ithemba lakhe alinikeza umuntu uzobhubha umele umuntu themba uNkulunkulu ubeke phela baba wathemba umuntu uzasenibone bantu benkosi ngihlala la eMhluzi extension 1 hayi bazalwane niyasifeyila kuningi engingakhuluma mina engenzelwe khona manje siphiwe imbewu expireile abelungu December yaqala kuyafaka imbewu thina sifaka ngoJanuary ugovernment usipha imbewu ngoJanuary umbila utshalwa tot ngoDecember kuphelile kusathwala umbila thina sithola umbila ngoJanuary khona manje ngikhuluma akunanex elaphi ngizwile ne ngiyabonga
telephone number yakho
Sanibona bobaba nabomama. Nami ngisukuma ngokuzothokoza ukuzwa ngoba ngumuntu odila ngamabhodlela. Ebengibereka into zezabathi abosiyatentela. Abosiyatentela ngendlela abangiphazamise ngayo babe bangivalela i350. Benza ngazathi baziregistile kanti siyobuye sijanyise right through. So mina ngiyathokoza ukuzwa ngalamabhodlela ukuthi singawakhambisa kanjani ngoba ngidila ngamabhodlela ngamakotikoti. So into zalapha umasipala wethu eJames Muroka leya uyasidlelezela. So mina sengifuna ukuthi vele sengidile ngawo lamabhodlela ngithokoza ukuthola inamba ukuthi ngizawakhambisa kanjani. Mina ngiyabonga.
Sanibonani. Sanibonani. Ninjani? Igama uNandi, isibongo wakakhanyi, ngihlala ePhola khona eMalahleni. So mina iconcern yami i-waste igcwele all over. All over. So lanka kungana service delivery waste ngeke iphele. So mina benginesicelo ukuthi next time kuma meeting afana nalawa, let's not forget with Department of Health, because la waste kune medical waste. Abantwana badlala ngayo. Abantwana baphuza amapilisi bayazijova ngemijovo yabazali abaneshukela bazijova emakhaya. So uDepartment of Health naye must be involved as ukuthi i-waste ibaluleke kanjani and naye angasiza uku-collecta i-waste kuma-clinic. Abantu bayibuyisele back to e-clinic. Then number 2, buti sebakhulume kakhulu ne, but mina benginesicelo. Ayiqale nasezikolweni. Ama-teachings la ezikolweni ayiqale nakhona. Abantwana bethu bafunda ukuvula i-condom, bafunda izinto ezinganamkhuba. Ziningi izinto ezingazifundisa abantwana ezikolweni ezinetla. And manje we are moving to just transition. Let's talk about it again. Kuna solar panels, we have abantu abangayenza kuma locations than ukuthi ithengwe ngaphesheya. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Sanibonani ninjani? Ngithanda ukubonga kakhulu mina ngegama nguXolisa wakaMajenge, ngidirector ye the Jengis 1775 Trading, but kwanamhlanje angizange ngicompany yami. Ngize ngestructure esisivule manje recently eKhanala, which is Khanala Development Project. Isebenza ngewaste. Kwamanje sibhizi siyenza i-recycling. Ushilo usiswa number 1 sisonke. Into bengifuna ukuyicela kakhulu ku municipality. Ngicela nisizeni nge-dumping site yaseGrill. Ifuna ukulungiswa and we are there to assist as a small business with community because sifuna ukubona indawo yethu ihlanzekile yonke. Ngiyabonga.
Ngiyanibulisa nonke eholweni igama uThembelihle ngwakamtshali. Apologies for that. Igama lami uThembelihle ngwakamtshali. I come from a company called TL Ideas Trading, known as Ilihle Waste Services. We are situated in Malahleni, have offices in Kendal and Ochis. We deal mainly in waste management, your general, your hazardous, also partly your medical waste. I'm actually coming here to say thank you to the delegates that have been invited to address us in this process or project waste management. Now, I have a request. I'm not here to speak much or politicize the matter. I've got a request. I've been doing this service for quite some time. I'm running businesses or have contracts with various mining houses in our area, in Mpumalanga, and also your government departments, being your power stations and so forth, where we are dealing also with the scrap metals. So this process of the business, or part of the business, we've been doing for many years. My thing is, I would like to request the relevant departments or be guided to the relevant department who will assist. I'm not only just targeting Ugutisi collect the waste from our industries, but to also now put this waste into processes where at the end of the day, I can now utilize that waste and remanufacture kitchen equipment, certain utensils that can go back into our households. Your Department of Trade and Industries, the Environmental Department, I've got a proposal that I would like to table to them, which I obviously, for confidentiality purposes, would not like to do it in this podium, but please be granted the access or the details, because I've tried to make contact nabo. I want to table a proposal, lay waste from generator to landfill. How do we mitigate that? How do we assist our government in minimizing the impacts that we as communities or as industries create to our very own environment? We take our own waste that is generated by these mines, by these power stations, and we take it back to Gauteng. Why can't we have facilities in and around Mpumalanga where this waste is not transported to outside of MP and it can be further processed, incinerated in and around Mpumalanga? Thank you.
Sanbonani, Kamala Megingumpo, Wagamasilela, Ovela, Dr. Jace Muroka, Gitandu Togoza, abaphathi bethu abasibizele kule nhlangano ukuthi sizokuzwa ukuthi iwaste isebenza kanjani. So ngithokoza kakhulu nabangazisile bengingazi, ngithokoza kakhulu usesi onginvitile ukuthi namhlanje kunale mbizo. So thina Dr. Jace Muroka kunama groups ayi3. Kune group ekhona kwaphahla, kukhona igroup ekhona Ward 6 esiyabuswa si. Igroup yabo mama nabo baba aba volunteerako ukubutha iwaste. Mara iwaste yethu masele sithuthile siyibutha siyayichisa. Besinganalwazi ukuthi singayithatha siyenze ama recycles, but kukhona khona lapho phakathi kwethu abatsha, kukhona bogogo, kukhona abalingana nami, kukhona futhi abangaphasi kwami. So bengibawa ukuthi basize ngoba abantu laba bayafermaka uthi mawubuthile babuye futhi abantu bachithe. So besibawa thina njengama volunteers ukuthi basiphe mhlambe ama container la singafaka khona, and nale igubhu lezi sikhona ukuzifaka ngaphathi kwamanye ama container kuze nathi sikhona ukuthi siyothengisa. Okwesithu bengibawa isida ukuthi kulezenzeleni bomma siba ukuthi ize isilethele ama training or isifonele ukuthi ama training akuphi, and then basiphe ne transport ukuthi sikhona ukufinyelela ukwenza ama trainings. Abomama bayadinga kakhulu ukutrainwa ngoba imisebenzi ayikho. Besicela kakhulu ukuthi i-training ibe khona, batraineke ne-youth ikhona, nabo baba bakhona ngaphakathi kwale. Kubhlunga kangakanani ubaba adobha amaphepha angatholi imali? Kukancane kunabo baba close abayi6-7 abadobha nami, abavolunteera nami badobha amaphepha. Vamse ngibe nepain yokuthi ubaba mangatholi isent kubhlungu kangakanani, kodwa wenzana ekseni uyavuka uya volunteer. So besicela kakhulu isida isize nokwenza okunye mhlamba ama training, isize nokuthi singenza njani itifiketi ingenelele kakhulu. Iyuthi ikhona abo baba bakhona, mina ngingakhona ikhona abazokhona. Ngiyabonga.
Dumela. Ke tshepo sodi sa go tswa go Dr. Jess Moroka local municipality ko Falbank. I'm one of the people who participated in the Youth in Waste program under the Department of Environment between 2014 and 2017. It's bad because today we are having stakeholders that are not relevant to the content of the day. Remember that the content of the day is waste management. Then you have a presenter or a stakeholder telling us about funding a business that is not within the content of the day. Then it ought to be a problem. So now, as long as we isolate waste management out of the environmental affairs, then it starts to be a problem. Because now, in our municipality, you have waste management office inside the municipality. Then you have environmental affairs inside agriculture, rural and development. These two are running parallel to each other. Hence, they are within the same category. Why not the Department of Agriculture integrate within the municipality and have an office that is mainly focusing on the environmental affairs? Because as long as we only focus on the issue of waste, you should not forget that inside environment you have waste, you have air pollution, you have land, you have water and other components. As long as you separate these four, then it ought to be a problem. Then now, at Falbank, we have a landfill site. Currently where I'm standing, it is collapsing. Because in our municipality, there is no one who understands what is the duty and the responsibility of a landfill site. Then it means you have a problem. There should be people educated specifically to focus on reduce, reuse, and reuse of waste management. Because every village go Moroka, you onele batho ba bagolo ba ileng gore ba collecta mabotlolo ba itse gore ba ishekae. Onele batho ba bagolo ba ileng gore ba collecta di plastic, di card box and everything, ba itse gore ba di ishekae. By that time when we were doing that Youth in Waste program, we wrote to CEDA an email to request that they fund us and so that we become a cooperative that would focus in the reduce, reuse and recycle of waste. They never responded even today. We wrote to NYDA, we wrote to DTI, we wrote to all the stakeholders, but they never responded. Hence today they are here telling us they are funding. What are they funding? We need such answers from them to tell us that because even those one of enterprise, they never mention anything of Moroka. It means Moroka and Tembisile. It seems as if we are not part of Nkangala. They always forget us. They always don't reach to us. What does that tell us? It means that we are being undermined. Even including our municipality in Nkangala District, they never came that side. They only come when they are doing IDP outreach. They only come that side when they are doing awarenesses. But when they have to respond to the issues of the communities, they don't come. I invite them to make time and come to the landfill site at Falbank. It's disgusting. They even they do abortions there. They dump babies over there because the landfill site is not managed by the municipality. Now, we have even our grannies, they go there to collect waste. Then their life is at stake because they go there without protection clothes. They go there without hand gloves. They go there and collect. Hence, their injection medical waste. The other lady who mentioned that we must have people who collect medical waste. I'm impressed because today we have Sepiso specializing with collecting and everything of waste. We request that Sepiso please come to Dr. J.S. Moroka. We have waste that is not collected. We have waste, many more especially bottles. By that time, remember, we only have console and pick it up. Why don't we create one of our console in Mpumalanga? So that when we recycle this waste, it should remain in Mpumalanga and the economy of Mpumalanga should grow. It should not be a case that only waste is collected from here and delivered to Gauteng. What about us in Mpumalanga? It means our economy will not grow. It's unfortunate because the minister is not here, but I'm told the Department of Environmental Affairs are here. We request them to pay us a visit at Dr. J.S. Moroka because we are sick and tired of the waste management not being taken serious. And then we also request that because today it's all about the initiative focusing on youth waste management, we request that you create jobs because there are many jobs within the division of waste management. Some of the opportunities are these ones. We should also have people who also do arts and creatives within the LED so that they could also promote such. They only promote people who are doing caterings, who are sewing and everything. But what about those within the waste management? What are they saying to them? Why are they not promoting them? We also request that they promote people who are collecting bottles and other things out of waste in the name of providing and having something for them also so that they can be able to have something in the table. Lastly, remember, this hall of banquet hall is full of people who are hungry. They even indicated that we are hungry. But now who is there to provide food for us when we are hungry? No one, because even this, you see these chairs, they are empty because they are running away from the truth. When people present, they were there, these chairs were full. Now there is no one. Who is hearing our issues? Thank you.
Siyabonga ne. Siyabonga. And as much as we prepare to ukuthi sizonlalela and sizozama ngako konke, but isicela sibambisane. And again, two speakers are said, ngicela singa repeat, issue yamabhodlela bayikhulumile kakhulu sizwile, singa repeat what is said by other speakers. Just raise yama point lawa angakhulunywanga at all. But we heard you, we are going to try ngako konke ukuthi sisebenzisane nani. Siyabonga.
Sanbonani, once more. Okhulumayo ubafana Kenneth Dwakamasango ngibuya eMalahleni local municipality. Mina ngine cooperative intsha ephilayo environmental cooperative. And eMalahleni sinale committee SI initiator long ago, it was maybe 10 years back, eMalahleni Environmental Waste Management Committee ma. Mina intenzo yisho la engizelela phambili ukubonga this initiative uminister ezenayo i-government yethu ezenayo ngoba i-government yethu iyeza nama initiative amaningi. 10 years back there was an initiative ye-waste management other department ye-environment, but only to find out what fails this initiative. Some of the official wethu waka-government ku-local government wethu ma, they are not working ngokuthanda. If you sebenza into, sebenza umsebenzi wakho ngokuthanda. Mawusebenza umsebenzi ngoba mhlambe ufuna imali. Yenza into ngothando. It all comes down with love. Mina ngilana isida yanginceda mina. Yanginceda isida sisese under youth, ngaphuma ku youth manje sengimdala ngisebenza khona kaMasipalati, but my concern ukuthi lama initiative i-government wethu ewenzayo mangabi ma talk show njengoba silana bange umsindo abanye baba emotionally sigcina si confuse ma. Mina into engizoyisho ukuthi ngicela uminister ukuthi le initiative lena abayicalile today, women, children and youth with disability ma, abenze ukuthi le initiative lena ma yenzeke ngendlela right ma street ma. I would like ukusebenza nobhuti we-economic development nesida kwamanye ama-programs esibhizi ngawo eMalahleni. Siyaklina, this committee yaklina eMalahleni, yenza izinto eziningi ma. Nje so thanda kwangathi this thing can be into enhle eyenzekayo kamarech. Thank you, ngiyabonga.
Ngiyabonga program director. Mangibulisa indlu yonke, ngibulise nenkokheli zethu ngaphambili. Andusibamdeke mina obomasipalati bazithethele, ama target group yethu azithethele. But mina into engizoyithi mangibonge lokuthi kube lembizo namhlanje. Abantu bakwazi ukuzithethela ngoba uma kuthetha thina ama coordinators babona ngathi siyabakhohlisa. So xa bezithethela namhlanje ku right. But in recommendation yami ukuthi program director
One, next time masiba nembizo eso, masibe no mayor betu, nama managers o MM betu, cause iwabatata ama decisions. Ukuze izikhalo ezizila namhlanje zikwazi uku-implementeka. I-issue yalama target groups ala namhlanje. Some leaders abazithathi serious. Basibona njengento ezingayindawo. Base basho bathi it's not a service delivery. So manje sicela ukuthi i-principals zethu eziphambili nikeni is-invite xa sikwimbizo eso zizokwazi ukuziswela zisibonene. And futhi i-issue yama women, disabilities, children, etc. Sicela ingene kuma KPF wabo manager ukuze zithatheke serious. Siyabonga. Bakwazi ko accounta ngazo.
Siyabonga sana. Thank you very much. And maybe to go quick, mayors, managers were invited, but we'll make follow-up. Thank you.
Siyanibingelela endlini lokhuluma Michael Shekwa ngihlala eClarinet but ngingathi ngirepresenta iNPO lesibita ngokuthi imalahleni independent living. Kwecala nje ngifisa kokuthi ngisho kokuthi mina I'm not surprised kokuthi guests ethu our main guest lebe sitowalalela la agcine angekho. Kithi kungumhambo thina lesine disability where tikhuluma tethu bese tisitshela kokuthi because of other important assignments bayaqolisa bahambe. Vele we are used to this. Kokuthi bese bayahamba. Hence nalemibuto lesitayibuta namuhla if ubangekho la ndlini sacabanga ukuthi hamula nje just to let off steam. But ngicela kusengisho ukuthi nga 2021 ngekungasebenzi ngihlala isikhathi lesinyenti ngilalela iTV. 2021 Mengameli President, I was happy Magati President to leave. There is nothing much kusona latakusho in terms of disability because usafuna kususa a task team that will look deeply kuma issues abantu labane disability. I was so excited because nalokuyengwa bantu baphe kokhuluma lite nje we've heard that several times. But ufike 2022 the president said little or nothing that has to do with disability. Kuthi tinkapanele tinkulu kusekwaba ne-midterm statement besendiwa ngilelinye lijala emlungu lelisebenta ka-Eskom lelabathanda kulibeka nje. Lasho nge-progress leyendekako ka-Eskom, but the shortcomings where they are not doing very well kuma matters that has to do with persons living with disabilities. From then, he has said so many statements. Okay. From then, he has said so many statements. Nobody, even journalists, labambuta go on these issues. How far have you covered in terms of disability issues? Because you said you were lacking. There is nothing, and now he says nothing when it comes to that, because there is no pressure from anybody. Maybe the minister Beganga Sita because he's close as Wutele Gubu. But I've got several questions here. Please allow me to ask me these questions. Disability. We've been coming to this Imbizo several times. But I just want to know, which boba nilagiti labane disability labaka imali through these programs. Because sitwalwa ngema tax, they're being paid. There is catering, is being paid. Kuyahlotshiswa, kuyabhadalwa. Sinesiyini sibekwakhela lawo ma structures etimali. And the people who are sitting in the front, they're being paid. Sine nguphi ke lapha thine Sibonakala ukuthi singathola i-economy khona makusho ukuthi imisebenzi lehambelana ne-disability iphindze iniketwe bantu labanye outside us. Awele. Bese ngifuna kubuya kule issue kamasipala. Ngeva siya encourage ukuthi sicale imisebenzi. Phela kamasipala thina bantu lesine disabilities nema challenges. We are not paying ema services. And the masipala uniketa abantu umsebenzi lo babhadala ema services. The reasons we are not paying ema services, it has been years singasebenzi, and nobody consider that. Everybody basifaka in one blanket. If you are not paying for services, no msebenzi kamasipala. Hence nale misebenzi lena, if itawuhamba through the municipalities, I bet my last cent no one lone disability will be able to uthola imisebenzi because we don't conform. Asikho ezingeni lokuthi singayithola imisebenzi. Mawufika kufuneka i-proof of resident, which yakho ayinostenjwa because awubhadali ema services, awusebenzi, awuqashwa, no matter kungangena yipi i-counselor after counselor, your issue is none. Oh yes, ngifuna kubuya indzaba yakasita. Then maybe these two questions angaba kasita. Isita itawuyekela nini because ngisengeva bathi nationally asekekelo lokukhulunywa this business language that is not understandable to the people. Bomake babhaka emakuku babhaka emafethi. But maningaya kasita, that's not business. Because ungathi mabathi chaze le business yakho ingcenye ingendi sense kanti wena uvuka ekseni ubhadalele abantwana ngayo le mali ena. Instead kokuthi sida angathi he will ask you so many scientific difficult questions. Utibuka ungathi ulibele, but you go back to your saloon. Go back to your saloon, utawubona uchina abantu wenda imali. So I'm happy ukhona sikhulumile kakhulu la. Sathi asesekeleni ku concentrator kubomasipala. Uthembe uNkulunkulu. Mina it has been some time vele kuya kamasipala kusasinto yami, because most of the time utawuthi mawufika le kamasipala bakunika ingapho. The last time nje khona la ngisengathi ngiyakhona officeini la sistruti bafike bathi hey kune grant ye COVID uyabo jikani and ithine leto tinto leto sithi thola sekuthiwa I deadline ikusasa njengale meeting yanamuhla. We had it yesterday, kune meeting namuhla rush sithe masifika utowenda leyo. You use your last money, uye lapha, bafike bathi no, you apply, you should, we regret awaphumeleli because of reason 1 and reason 2. But awuphumeleli. COVID grant bantu labane disability, asikayitholi. It's because our business don't make sense.
Sanbonani. Wathinta abafazi. Okay. Igama lami ngilindiwe kaMkhonto. Abangijwayele ngosesi Oma. Ngivela eThembisile eWard 15. Ikhansela lethu ngusipho Mnguni. Mina bengisajabulela ubhuti lo kade akhuluma ngesitha. Lapha eTofontein kune center yabantu abaphila ngokukhubazeka. And sonke njengoba sinjalo lapha sinama cooperative nama PTY. Manje masingalithola isizo singajabula kakhulu. Nethi okungihluphako ngihlupha ukuthi basibekele iminyaka. Ene bakhona abantu abakhubazekile masebabadala nabo bayawadinga ukuthi bangachazwa baqhubekele phambili. Manje bengisacela ukusitha ukuthi abantu abakhubazekile sebawaninga babekele iminyaka. Sicela nisihelebhe. Sikhona nethi nathi kuhelebheke. Ngoba ngimzwe ubhuti athi 18 to 57. Okay. Sibonga kuloko ukuthi nathi sokwazi uthola isizo kusitha. Bengizele lokho ngaphambili ukuthi lapha kule center sonke sinawo ama companies mawungasisusa manje ususe phansi usibeke ezingeni ngelinye masibuye nathi sikhulume into ezwakalayo ukuthi sancedeka siyabonga.
Less than 30 seconds. Mina bengicela kusho ukuthi kubantu labane disability kune company le friendly nabathi iSafcall is very friendly to persons with disabilities. Please ngicela si approach ayen very friendly iyancedisana itele language yakasida mawukusho ukuthi you don't understand they come down to build you. Ngicela nisondele kuyo.
Ngiceliwe ukuthi ngive ngibambele uMMC usaphumile bayom-interviewer uyabuya futhi so isikhathini samanje sizwile imibuzo sizocela wonke ama-departments eze bazoma la phambili baresponde okay ngicabanga ukuthi owokugcina. Okay. Kusho. Angahlala lapho phansi simnikeze imic ubhuti akhulume uzozwakala.
Sanmalani. Lola ngusipho wakade bengivela eWard 15 eThembisilane local municipality. Kunento engijabulisile kuningi ngumhlonishwa executive minister about the gender equality. Ukufakela ku gender equality minister. Gender equality mangazi mina ibamba wonke umuntu. Whether you are able or disability. Yes, cover zonke. But siba lama challenge thina abantu abanekhubazeka. Not abaphila ngokukhubazeka. Challenge siba nayo mavela ama post emsebenzi. Okunye bakhona ukusikipela ngaphandle because of babheka i-disability yakho ukuthi injani. And okunye mabaqasha uthi abanye abantu bakhona ukubandlulula ngamagama amanye ukuthi no, there's no need to do seventy because of holy grant. My umuze ngikuba nawo isikhathi esiningi. Le grant ngiholayo imalini. And ngike ngenze example ngoba ngathi yazi angali ya provider some but awa wenzi wonke amaphupho kemele wenze. Ngingabuza singelinye umunye unyaka ukuthi ngubani ongavela ngaphambili ozothi ukhona umuntu okhubazekile owakhile indlu i-big house ngemali ye-grant imali leyo mali ngubani omunye ongazi ukuthi umuntu okhubazekile mhlawumbe uyawalobola someone nge-1900 2000 and ngibuye futhi endabeni ukuthi thina abantu abakhubazekile sinamakampani and makubuza abo Central bathini yafaka amakampani basho ibudget bayibale bathi ke abanje bane budget engaka even nabantu abakhubazekile bane budget engaka but lapho mase kumele basiqashe abasiqashi and bayakodla ukuthi nathi i-government iyabhakama ngathi i-VAT siyayibhadala whether ichapise engiyithengayo eShoprite inayo i-15%. So beautiful people, there's nothing about us without us. Sivumeleni mhlawumbe nathi singaba ama-president angcono ngoba our president yase-South Africa Cyril Ramaphosa utshela abantu abakhubazekile babheni ithuba. So sicela nami nohlala nama-municipality wethu wonke weNkangala District nibonisane ukuthi ningasinceda kanjani nathi siyafuna ukusibona ngelinye ilanga singamamiliyoniye or amabhiliyoniye. Ngelinye ilanga ngibone someone olokhubazeka ovela e-TV engimaziyo. Ke ngikhulume ngami. I never ngihamba for the rest of my life. But there is something engenzayo emphakathini ngizama ukubutha i-youth ukuthi ibe busy ngesports, ibe active kwisports. But i-challenge esinayo ukuthi abomasipala bethu isports basibulele. And siza ubuhlungu inyawupe mayeletha i-development yokuthi ubulala abafowethu ubulala nama-career abafowethu phezu kokuthi each and every year kune-5% ephumayo for sports, and i-sports lesi sibamba everyone, you are disability or you are not disability. Imali sports ikhona and thina abantu abakhubazekile nathi siyafuna usibona singabo-coach, siyafuna usibona singama-player. Ziningi i-sports ezisimpule zingiyadlala. Example sinontando Malanga. Untando Malanga ubuya ethembisile. Kodwa azange athole development la abuya khona. Ifila kanjani ithembisile untando Malanga uma athole i-development ethwana. Azali makale eBrazil urepresent South Africa as a whole. But makabuya la yipi imasipala eyocelebrate la ithwana. So madoda can ithatheni serious. Asizwe izinto zodlala. Nyabo.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Owogcina ubhuti. Ubhuti kusho ukuthi owogcina ngci. Ngicela umnikeze nangola i-mic.
Sanibonani. Igama lami uMbokazi wakatala ngibuye uBank wa 13. Lo uMC bekathi uzo ekugcineni uzobiza ama disability and bese ucala ngapha bese uzogcina ngama disability. So mawuthi umuntu ogcina so unyamangale sitazwayo ngibona ngila. Shokuthi ilento ukuthi vele you don't take us serious. Alright, ngidlulele mama. Angikho lapha. Mina into ngizelelana kahle kahle ngifuna ukubuza ukuthi kahle kahle mase ku ngoba kumasipalati kunokuphuma ama post ama RFQs and all this stuff. Do you as municipality have set aside for people living with disability, or maybe just compare us with everyone else? All right. We have companies, they are not working, but then there is the post. Imisebenzi miningi la kamasipalati, but then my Puma, say Puma inamagama. La kamasipalati, Puma inamagama nesibongo. So we don't know where to go or who to talk to, or maybe I don't know. How can we get the jobs as people living with disability? You don't have set aside for us. But then everything, normally you mentioned disability, but then it's just for Twali Sanje, is Dulu. You understand? I don't see the importance of you calling us because of there is nothing different. You just see us moving with wheelchairs who is disabled. But then we're not disabled in mind. Ingqondo zethu siyasebenza sonke masilana, we're not disabled in mind. You understand? So bengicela nje kumasipalati wethu ukuthi just please consider us as people. Take us serious. Yonke niyenzayo vele nathi vele nisibali. Makuphuma imisebenzi nesicabanga ningabobhala kuma post makuphuma ama RFQ in bese kubhala ukuthi people living with disabilities. People got trains and trainings and whatever. But then kuyafana siyaya kuma trainings. We waste our petrols to go to trainings. There is no transport for people living with disabilities. Masiya kulawa ma trains. We use our own money and petrol yadura manje. We train but then there is no result. So please guys, take us serious as municipality. We play with you.
Okay. No siyabonga kakhulu. Ngiyaxolisa bhuti. Phela ngibambe endleleni le ndaba. Kunababili abakhulumile la abaphila nokukhubazeka. So bengicabanga ukuthi mhlawumbe umlingani wami ukhombe wonke umuntu ophila nokukhubazeka. So ngiyaxolisa kakhulu. Uma ngabe khona omunye umuntu ophila nokukhubazeka ofuna ukukhuluma, not to say asinithatha serious. Sinithatha serious, you are part of us, that is why sinibizile namhlanje. So ngiyacabanga ukuthi bakhulumile bonke, ngicela ama departments. Okay, ngicela sinikeze nangu sisi Mike.
Sanibonani. Ngibingelela abaphathi bami, ngibingelela yonke leadership. Ngiphinde ngibingelele nezihlobo zami eziphila ngokukhubazeka njengami. Ngiyabona sihleli la namhlanje. Sizolalela kahle sizolalela. I wish ngabe bonke bakhona abo MMC nama mayor. Ngabe bakhona basiza ukuthi thina sihlukumezeke kangakanani. Bazi ukuthi thina yini esifunayo yini esingayifuni. Ngoba njengoba sila manje masiphuma la ungathi niyosifaka kwelinye shelf futhi. La inizosivalela khona unyaka wonke. Sihlezi nama company azaphinda expire. Umasipala wasemalahleni angifuni ukukhuluma manga I don't know nalayo umasipala wasemalahleni akasirecognize. Angazi ukuthi office le transversal yini umsebenzi walo. Nangabana thina sifakiwe kule office le transversal kodwa idingo zethu azaziwa. Angeke siphile ngokuhlala ema centers bomama sibobaba ukuthi sine disability kodwa sinemindeni. Siyafuna ukukhulisa imindeni yethu nayiphile njengeminye imindeni. Kodwa sikwazi ukukwenza lokho ngani ngoba sihola 1850 noma 1900 leyo ayihlangani ne 2000. Kodwa ama requirement wonke sinawo. Uhambe uye kwaSida nangabe ukuthi bayakubona ukuthi abakuthathele enhloko bazokujikisa kanjalo nje ngeke uzuthole lutho. Angazi ukuthi bavane banceda kanjani. Ngiyababongela ke futhi ababancedile. Kule industry environment from 2014 ngikuyo bengisebenza uComrade Taylor. Ngangutholelwe uyu umsebenzi loyo eImperial. Bengisebenza ngayo iWaste. Ngavula ikhampani namhlanje ikhampani yami akazange uthola umsebenzi. Ngahamba ngikhala ngifuna uncedo ngihamba ngehla ngenyuka until today. Kodwa ngaye ayikho into engayenzanga ama training ngawahamba konke kodwa ukuthi ngithole uncedo azange ngize ngikuthole. Mangabe ufika uya kumasipala wethu uhambisa izinto zakho zifike zibekwe lapha kuba kuyoze kufike omunye unyaka futhi uphinde ubizwe ukuthi zithathwa zisiwa kuphi asazi ukuthi zisiwa kuphi. Ama RFQ ayaphuma aphumela bobani or sekufuneka ukuthi nathi nize sibone ukuthi siyakwazi ukwenza sibuye sizoshaya isit in ukuze nikwazi ukuphuma nikhulume nisibone ukuthi nathi siyaphila. I-disability nawe ungaba nayo ngelinye ilanga i-condition hayi ukuthi ngoba ngiyahlanya angihlanye i-condition ukuthi ngoba khona engakwazi ukwenza mhlambe wena okwaziyo ukwenza. Sicela nisicabangeleni siyacela nokuthanyela ukuthanyela nje phansi ngiyakwazi ukuklina endlini yami ngeke ngihlulwe ukuthola iproject yokuthanyela ngeke ngihlulwe ukusupply ama-tissue nelona and mina mangabe nifake mina ngisaqhuba ngisazocreate i-job opportunity ngoba mina nangabe ngiyosupply angeke ngikwazi ukuzibambela mina ngokwami fanele ngiqashe umuntu ozongidrivela futhi ngiqashe umuntu ozokhona ukuguga amaphasela lawa waselapha yakhona akufani nomuntu able bodied ngoba yena uzoba greedy uzokhona ukuzidrivela akhona futhi ukuzehlisela iphasela lakhe kodwa thina sikhishelwa ngaphandle sicabangeleni bakithi siyacela manje sekwanele
Siyabonga nangu MMC usebuyile kodwa bese sithi ama departments maweze azoresponda bonke beze nje bemela phambili ukuze sokhona ukuservice card MMC.
Okay, siyabonga. Yeah, ngiyabonga MMC for finance. Yeah. So our department can respond to all questions, and please let's respond in assisting these business people. But seeing that chairs are getting empty right now, let's just respond direct on the question and how best can we assist them. I think Sida is still here. Oh, okay, thank you very much.
Mangbonge Program Director. Mangisho ngiti on behalf of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Sibonga ukuba kwenu la. Sinizwile, sinimamele. Tina esizokwenza uma siqeda la. Is to liaise with abaphathi bethu and request for a rollout of this project or this program in a programmatic way. Ngoba manje siyilethile information nazwa ukuthi kwenzakala ini kuphi uyithola kanjani ini kuphi. But I think if sithatha simikisa now to local municipalities, we then begin to localize lezi zinto besizidiscussa la. Okubalulekile now is localization, to have targeted interventions so that when we localize, siyazi ukuthi we have this focus for persons with disabilities, we have this focus for women and this focus for youth. Uma singayilocalize, izophelela la njengengxoxo ephelele la ingayenzeki to the local municipalities. So isicelo nakubaphathi bethu ukuthi ayipheli la mayiyehle iye down to the local municipalities and deal with the local approach and translate some of the things that we were talking about here into practice. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Sanibonani. Ngiyabonga mphathi lihlelo. Mina ngingiphamela Ntuli ngibuya ka Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Land and Environmental Affairs la eprovinsini. Lesto kwenda sine si department nalo sesicalile kukwenda right now. Kulama waste project lanawo aligned nalama waste project or initiative lasinawo department. So lesikwenda kanyalo sithatha ma numbers abo mama from Krili, ubuti from Valbank nalomunye wonke umuntu lo athi mina ngibhizi ngewaste but I'm not assisted. Sine project ithina or iprogram lesiyibita ukuthi izonda insila program. Siya assista lapho financially and non-financial. Sitaba sesiyan explainel ukuthi le program ihamba njani. It's a 2-year program senior recruited, right? Then ke lokunye lesitokwenda ipartnership yethu sitoyistrengthenisha, sitoyiqinisisa namasipala because we cannot operate espacing samaspala without maspala ngisho. So siyasebenda nabo. But mangithi sifuna siqinisise ukuthi from now on bengikhuluma la na councilor ngimtshela ukuthi uyabona ke kufuneka ukuthi sisebende ngoba bantu bakithi ba raisele ama issues akubo abo and ngiyajabula ukuthi mina kokuqala nje ngihamba ama public meeting. This is the first meeting where bantu bakhona they all have issues to raise. So ngiyathemba ukuthi lokho sikukhuluma namuhla stock implement ngidibita ngokuthi mina ngisimuntu okukhuluma kuphela ngiya actiona ezisengishilo ukuthi already ma numbers sekalapha kusisi lapha angaphakamisa sandla nje nimbone nangiyale bisani ma numbers eni sto communicator nani ukuthi sihamba njani ngale program yethu ngala ku waste kakhulu angisho ngoba ngiresponsible for i-waste management and projects angisho ngala ku agriculture ngihighlighta kancane ne i-department iyasita ngitokhuluma nebalingani bami isita kakhulu kuma smallholders pharmacy kuma food gardens ku people with disabilities baya assista especially uma ngabe ekhaya unayo indzawo levulekile ukuthi bangak-assista with farming inputs or implements angisho then they'll come, we've got contact numbers abo nabo stoniketa if you are interested ku farming but awatu ukuthi uye kuphi so assist nalapho we've got one person embombela who's disabled ne is already now moving nge-farming so stonika inamba yemuntu la I think use Dr. Jason Moroka ma officials ethu la nto communicator now nayami sitoyishiya ngoba kufuna ukuthi ningathi manifona ningatholi lisito bese nithi lo sesiloya wasiyanga angifuni lokho siyayishiya mina 24/7 ngi-available mara lo ngikushoko ukuthi we partner with Department of Health kule issue i-waste le ye medical waste ayifaneleki ibe ne-solid waste sto partnerisha nabo sto ba involve babuye sikhulume nabo ukuthi what can we do together so that we can assist sisilihle uma ngayendi mistake we would like to partner with you. You are a progressive waste management company so we want to partner with you to assist the others laba basafufusa ngisho kuze siqhubekele phambili sine women in environment nakhona ila ibase la enkangala le women environment ifaka i-water conservation ifake i-waste ifake nema issues abo equality niyathi ukuthi le district le angisho ibukane nema issues kakhulu climate change ngila i-affect khona kakhulu so sinema issues ukuthi mamayini lamanye atovala we need to grow the industry ye waste sector together angisho ngitolekelelwa ngini ngiyathi ukuthi kumatima ukuthi ngiyalona ngakubelieve lokunye but siMpumalanga asinayo ne waste recycling facility siya collector siyathatha siyahambisa siseJozi ngiloko lo singakufuni lokho but if we can forge together working with us as a department sihambe sifuna la kuma stakeholders basebenza nawo sisebenza nema companies fana nabo Petco nabo Safripol nalabanye including iMisa lele la sisebenzisana nabo ngitobabamba le national ngitobabamba ngala so kuthi buyani sosebenza enkangala let's have a big waste recycling facility kube nalaba collector ko la kulama waste buyback centers bese ba supplier le facility yethu angisho so ngiloko lo stokwenda lokunye lengikwendako lonkucalile ku new initiative ngikhuluma ne University of Mpumalanga kuthi kulama trainings la siwa provider ko waste management angabi ma just training from there antoli lutho angisho kufuneka lama certificate la siwa issue wako abe accredited for future maybe business or jobs that you can get wherever that you may seek job maybe khona ma companies afana nabo mining companies angisho ngake ngwabale ngamagama amaningi kakhulu ngiloko lesekulungisako nyalo so stone trainer uma sesinsethe sisiyende show ukuthi aba accredited bese ke niyakwazi ukuthi niwasebenzise going forward lapho ke asibuki ngoba se understand ukuthi kunalaba then even standard 10 angisho ngiyelenza basicela bona ukuthi sifuna ukuthi bayilowe down to the level whereby they allow us to accreditate even the ones that they don't have matric so that each and everyone will have a skill and something to work on going forward ngiloko lesikwendako labanye lenta babamba kakhulu nangilacele nami buti wesida vele ngitofuna number yakho ngoba simase siwatholile lama group siyan group athini kule program lengikhuluma ngayo yezonda insila we need them to be registered angisho we need them to have business plan stotakini economic development ula angisho asebenzeni together ngoba loku senda sifike la sikhona khona kungukuthi ngiyathi sebendela uyathi sebendela and mase sifika la nami ngifuna ukureporta kwami nalo ufuna kureport kwakhe but ukhulume kahle ukuthi we must come here as all stakeholders relevant for what we are here for, so that we can give a good progress report, and not just a progress report, but there's economic empowerment in terms of waste management value chain. Ngiyabonga. Inamba yam. Okay. 082. Oh, 82 573 8252. Ye office 013 766 6335. Says Pamela Ntuli. Inamba yasisidudu lapha. Angimathi utokhona kufika lana inatonguniketa le number yakhe. She's my waste economic project coordinator. Akabuya tonike number yakhe. Lokhu kahle mphathi silala uhlala khona la eNkangala. So unimbambele duzana.
Akasibhalele phansi. Sizoyisho.
All right,
but respond.
Okay.
Thank you, Program Director. Dumelang once more. I think issues that were raised regarding SIDA mostly were regarding how are we going to be able to reach the 6 municipalities while we only have one office in Nkangala, more of outreaches. We are working closely with our municipalities because we are undercapacitated. So we are urging community members to contact their nearest municipality, LED office specifically, and they group themselves. Then we'll come to you. Nkangala, it's very broad. One branch, the only branch is in Nkangala. We have communities as far as Mamitlaki under GS Moroka, Falbank. That's probably about 3 hours return that a practitioner will have to spend to go and consult or provide training. So if you have grouped yourself together, it becomes easy for one practitioner to drive, spend the whole day to come and spend with you, it being training, consultation, whatever need that you will, service that you will need. So we are urging you to group yourselves, go to the nearest municipality, LED offices. They will assist in facilitating the training that might be needed or consultation that might be needed. We also working with business forums. And those that we are actively working with are those that approach us. So if you are part of any business forum in Nkangala District, consult our branch. They will create a relationship with you as and when there are trainings, as and when there are workshops, they will be able to reach out. Because the challenge that we have is we have people one by one coming to our branches, requesting us to come to an area that is at times 70 km away. And if I have to be honest with you, the branch in Nkangala, at the moment, it has one business advisor, it has one regional facilitator. The rest have resigned. So you can just imagine servicing the whole of the district, 2 people, an information officer. So for us to be able to effectively service the whole Nkangala region, we're requesting you to group yourselves. If the municipal offices are far from where you are, group yourself, contact us directly. I'll give you our numbers so that we can come to where you are. That way we can be able to reach as many people as possible. Because if we go to far-flung areas to deal with one person, by potentially we could have assisted 7 people probably. Because only us going to these areas and providing trainings. We also have the administration part that we have to do in the office to make sure that your applications are facilitated and you are able to get finance. That addresses the issue of how are we going to reach far-flung areas. We need you to work with us. We need you to raise a hand to say, you need our help, then we'll come to you. It will also minimize that point that was raised, that we have to travel, we have to use petrol. Call us, we'll come to you. That's what we are saying. There was an issue that was also raised to say, is there any online platform that SIDA has where they can be able to come, to consult? We have you can call our office anytime. They will then assign a business advisor to you who will call you back and provide advisory services. And bear in mind, we are being realistic and open and honest. That is why I'm telling you how many people we have at the branch at the moment. Bear in mind that we only have two practitioners and one information officer who must service the whole of Nkangala. So when we say we will call you, we might not mean tomorrow, but we will call you the soonest. The branch manager is here for the Nkangala branch. Anything that you need within Nkangala branch goes to that guy. He's there. I'll give you his email and the office number of the office. There was another point that was raised that one will come to see the offices, and if they don't want to help, they will chase them away. That's not our practice. If that has happened, we have process in place to deal with such matters. You will even tell us who chased you away, and we'll deal with it internally. I'll give you the contact details of the provincial manager, so that if there is any case where you've been chased away, you can contact the province straight, not the branch. So we don't tolerate that. We service our people. We apologize for whoever has been chased away or was told to come the following day. I want to clarify one thing that was raised by, I forgot the name. He was here saying, SIDA will ask you these difficult questions and you won't even know why you even came to SIDA. Two things. One, we ask questions when you come to us with an idea, because we want to understand your idea. There is no way that will help you to make it a success if you don't understand it. And for us to be able to understand it, you must understand it better as the custodian. That's why we ask questions, because we want to know what is it that you want to start. How can we assist you? We'll ask you questions. Make no mistake. But if you come to us with a business that is running, why should we ask you questions that are difficult? Because you have something to prove. You have a case to prove. What we then do in that case, we do what we call business diagnosis. We assess. We come to you, your business, assess that, okay, you say you have a business. We want to see the business that you're talking about. We want to see what you have in place so that whatever service that will provide, support that will provide is relevant. We can't take you to a financial management training while the business that you have, you even have a BCom in finance management. It doesn't make sense. So you already have the skill. When we assess the business, we identify what is it that you need to take the business to the next level. So that is clarity in terms of the asking questions and the assessment. We do have schemes in place for Abu Mama who are selling on streets, Abu Mama who are bakings. We have those schemes under TRAP programs. So it's not fact or factual that if you are selling on the street, you come to us, we'll ask questions, you'll go. No, it's not fact. The number for the branch that services the whole of Nkangala, it's 013 655 6970. 013 655 6970. The branch manager, Mr. Mguni, when you want him, call him on that number. If you can't find him, email address is pmguni, P for Piliswa Mguni, at cedar.org.za. So anything that you need in the Nkangala district, that's the right guy to contact. If you need anything if you need to lodge a serious complaint at the provincial level because you are not being serviced, you call 013 755 8730. 013 755 8730. The provincial manager's email address is mkhole. Khole is KGOLE at cedar.org.za. mkhole at cedar. So there must never be any case where you feel you are not serviced. You have the numbers. If you're not satisfied, escalate to the provincial level. Thank you very much.
Okay, siyabonga. I think ngicabanga ukuthi ngikusho lokhu before siqhubeka. I-business is a risk, and in business fanele sibekezele. I see chairs are empty and are getting empty. And can we please, even those that are outside, come inside so that we close the business of the day in the correct way. Hence, even the presenters, when they're responding, they need not to start afresh the presentation. They must just respond on what was said and leave their details, because starting afresh a presentation again is another thing. So can we persevere, please? We're about to close. Can I request the presenters just to spot on the questions? Because if we're starting afresh the presentation, meaning that we are going to leave here at 5, and lunch will be served, let's persevere and listen carefully. Thank you very much. You can continue.
Thanks, Program Director. Good afternoon, colleagues. I won't take much of your time. I've got only 2 questions directed to me. The first one was how do we identify the 6 beneficiaries? Let me indicate that immediately after COVID, I think we're in level 3, where everybody was allowed to go back to work and to open businesses. The Department of Small Businesses, the National Department of Small Businesses, conducted workshop in the 3 districts of Mpumalanga, where all stakeholders were invited. That's where we identified the cooperatives and the SME to participate in the waste management. The identified stakeholders were CEDA, CIFA, NYDA, the district municipality through their LED unit, our department, environmental affairs, and other stakeholders. I've indicated in my presentation that in the next financial year, before identification, we're going to sit down as stakeholders to identify all those waste management cooperative and SMME. But let me indicate that for this region or for this district, 2 were identified at Emalehlen and were funded. 1 was in Tembisilehane and were funded. 1 was in Steve Schwete at Mhluzi, were funded. So this financial year, obviously, we won't go back to Emalehlen. We'll have to check other local municipalities where we have never funded such management cooperative. We have to go back to those municipalities where waste management are there. Then the next question was, my colleagues have already alluded to this, that you can't drive from Dr. J.S. Maroka to Witbank or to Pretoria just to come and register, for example, a cooperative. As government, we are moving to the district development model, where services are going to be delivered directly from the local municipalities. I think here we need to understand that what councillors must be involved. If there are a group of people in Tembisile who want to register a cooperative, instead of them coming to Witbank, they must give us a call, then we'll send officials straight to Tembisile to go and give them the presentation on what a cooperative is. From there, we assist them in registration. There is no need to travel such a distance. Let me leave my number also in terms you want to call our offices, because I think today I'm alone here. They are busy attending the TLP. Those who have arrived very late, my name is Solim Hawle from Department of Economic Development and Tourism. I'm from the provincial office in Nelspruit, and my number is 071 303 8393. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much. Ngicela nibashayele izandla. Okay, siyabonga kakhulu. Ngiyabona nezandla ziyancipha. I would love to give to honorable MMCs that are here, if maybe there are questions to answer. We've got MMC Upohad with us. He has just joined us. Maybe if they've got something to answer, can I give to the honorable MMCs? I don't know. Or you're fine? Are you fine? Okay, thank you very much. Before I can give to the whip of the council, thank you for your clarity-seeking questions, and thank you for your input. We must tell you that no input or clarity-seeking question that we didn't register it down. We value you as you are here with us. And another thing, the issue of CEDA, of grouping yourself, understanding that you cannot go in and out to CEDA. Can you please go to your local municipality or the district municipality LED offices in group, so that it's them who are contacting CEDA for them to assist you. The issue of fiber, we have noted it, we heard about it, we will do our own investigations. And the issue of municipality not listening to the youth, I think here, approach us, we'll listen to you going forward if we're not listening to you. And the issue of minister who left, we'll request that we are going to cascade your request to the office of the minister as the minister was here. And another issue that I wanted to talk to is the issue of umama lo othengisayo. I think lo mama bengicela ukuthi thina esibona ukuthi singamnceda, especially the MMCs that we are with here and the presenters. I'm the first one to buy mama oy1, and all of us, if we can just take one, will be assisting umama to grow economically. You understand? I think the chief whip of the council will buy. The MMCs, they will buy. The presenters, they will buy. Mama, naikone minye maibuye, all of us we are here, I'm requesting that we buy. I will give to the whip of the council to say something, and after he will also make the closing remarks and then the announcement, and then we have a way forward. Thank you very much.
Sanbonan. Yeah. Let me take this opportunity and greet all of you and greet the leadership that has graced the occasion, officials. My task is very straightforward, but I think it's important. Kuyakoza ukuthi nisishayele izandla nonke njengoba nihleli phansi. That first you came, secondly you had the resilience and the temperament ukuhlala until the end. Abanye abakhona ukuthi bahlale isikhathi eside, can't stay for long and concentrate. But we really must appreciate that. I think we had the issues that we have raised, especially those that are living with disability. As you see, I'm standing here. I grew up in a family where I'm living with a person who is disabled since I was born until now. He's 58 years. So, some of us understand better. Because that is a person who's wheelchair bound, and you can imagine that kind of life. So we really don't just sympathize. We can testify, and we know what that life means. It needs really that to be attended to. I must indicate that we took stock of the issues of access, and I think the departments that are here, they should have also noted that. Ubaba uqeda ukukhuluma nge-DTM model, that we want everything to be planned at the level of the district so that it's taken down to our communities equally, especially in terms of resources and their distribution. That's why we say we want something that we refer as the district development model. But mina ongizokucela kini kakhulu ukuthi kukosa sibambisane lento ye solidarity. Kunomunye umhlobo ufikile la kithi eSouth Africa babuya ngaphandle bayenza ibusiness niyababona ngithi bane lento sibiza ukuthi solidarity. Solidarity is to believe in yourself and what you want to achieve and live or die for it. And that is manje sesiphakamisa amehlo sithi kanti kwenzakalani, because they work together irrespective under all conditions. And nathi we must invest in our own solidarity sabantu abamnyama sibantu base South Africa sonke, that we together we can achieve. Many things have been said here, and kunezinto ezinhle, good things that we must abstract from what have been said, and there are things that we can learn from and we can go and implement ourselves. And without being long, I would just want to ukuthi umama usikhanyiso sithole usesekhona la phakathi kwethu. Ya lo mama imisebenzi yakhe nama initiative wakhe they inspired me. They inspired me, and if we can all have this attitude and have all this spirit of doing things in our communities where we live, we can create a better society where all of us can have an opportunity to flourish. And Tina, for the record, we have noted all the things that have been said here, and I think we will be able to take them forward on your behalf. Let me, having said that, ngibonge nina umphakathi wakithi ubaba ukhulumile la ukuthi we have been informed at short notice, but you managed to come, you managed to be part of us, you managed to contribute and make the inputs that we have made. Sinibonga kakhulu. I must also thank my program directors, Umamu Umahlangu, and the DDG, Umamu Shabalala, and thank also our MMC who are here with us, both from from Steve Chwete and from Nkangala District. I must thank also Honorable MMC Dipuo Mahlangu for coming here and be part of the program in terms of introducing our guest. And I must thank the Minister in her absentia. Well, she has indicated that in KZN there are people who have not been found after the floods. There's a crisis, it's a national crisis. Some have not been buried. And she's expected to also put solutions there. And that's where she has gone. So, Mina, I honor that she has been here and she has been able to speak to us. Only that people felt good because she was here and they saw her. They would have been nice if they were speaking in her presence. And that will make it known to the office to say, people were not happy because you left, but we understood that you had to leave because of the circumstances that are beyond our control wherever you were going. And we must thank the executive mayor as well, Uma Mumabuza, for her role. She's also attending another matter. So things are very difficult, and we had to run all of them at a go. So Tina asikhona lapha senze sure ukuthi lo msebenzi uyaqhubeka. Sunibonga kakhulu. Our media personnel, we want to thank you as well. And all our officials, those that have given support to make sure that this event becomes a success. We are very grateful, and we wish you well on your way home, that you be protected and arrive safely. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga kakhulu Council Whip Honorable Kabelo Jonas Bushomane. Nasingenzi kahle kamasipala si whipwa uye, that's why kunale gama elithi whip. Ngicela ukuthi before sizo announce okunye ngicela sithatheni amamat 350 kuphela. And mawutha una cash ngicela umama khuphuke siyenze nama e-wallet. Umama akakhuphuka abanikeza i-cellphone number yakhe asimsupporteni. Asenzeni e-wallet just nje umama hamba jabulile 350 rand. Ngicela uku-announce ke ukuthi enkangala LED office next financial year eyocala ngoJuly sinalama LED road shows to communities. All the presenters are invited. Sizobathumela ama schedule. We will be there to empower you as Nkangala District Municipality. Always the presenters will be empowering you. And I think we can't really present. I think we need to put things in actions. Mangabe size lapho ene fanele nisenze si account egini business people. Fanele kube yini kahle kahle nisitshelayo ukuthi nifuna size kotari. Nasibuya fanele sinitshele ukuthi sesenze lokhu nalokhu. Singa present but kungabi ne implementation. I think as government, we're going to do that in empowering our community. And thank you very much for your time. Our Chief Whip, Honorable Kabelo, MC, Honorable Pohadi, and MMC Dipuo Mahlangu, and then MMC we finance Mam Eva Makabane, and then MMC we CTS from VK, Uzela as acting executive mayor. Sibonge kakhulu ama presenters wethu. Without you, bengeke iphumelele le program. Kini business people, our community, we are saying thank you very much for your time. I-lunch is served la ngaphandle, umhlangano uvaliwe. Umama kakhuphuke azosinika inamba yakhe abanganayo kube ma e-wallet. Sicela ama presenters bazothatha ama mat. Siyabonga, nihambe kahle. E-wallet.